And there's already a volunteer to speak.
Yes.
I think they are managing diplomatically so that I don't choose somebody else.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Madam Monde Nalishua Siliro. Our expectations are to acquire socio-economic knowledge, which will help us and help the Zambian community at large to develop socio-economically. The other expectation is that we want to learn more about foreign direct investment vis-a-vis diaspora business exchange programs so that we can have growth opportunities that we can invest also in Zambia.
All right, thank you so much. We'll get the last comment on this next table here. It will be the gentleman in gray.
Networking, business to business. Good morning. My name is Amtele Augustine. What we are looking forward is networking, business to business, available opportunities, and investment in the diaspora.
Great. Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to everybody. Thank you for sharing your expectations. And you can see there's a common theme and thread around the room in terms of most of the expectations. Of course, different interests as well. But we hope that over the next 2 days, most of those would have been covered and been able to provide. I think one of the ones that came out very clearly was the need to hear more and learn more about the investment opportunities in the diaspora, but also learn more about the Zambia Diaspora Chamber of Commerce. So we will be able to ensure that that information is transmitted so that everybody understands. And riding on that particular aspect, we will get into our first conversation this morning, where we will have a distinguished panel to just help us unpack some of the essential elements to the reason and the purpose why we are gathering for such a conference. And so once again, please indulge me to welcome to the panel, our distinguished panel this morning, which will comprise of our peers, Madam Etambuyu Anambela Gadason, who is going to be part of the panel. A round of applause for her. Ms. Kisha Livermore will also join the panel, as well as Mr. Musanu as well. A round of applause to them as they take their seats. I'll need the assistance of the other mic once again. So this is how we begin the conference, with a conversation really to help us unpack and create a sense of purpose into why we are gathered here for the next 2 days. You've shared your expectations. You've highlighted what you're looking to gain from this experience. But what is it really that was behind the people that were conceiving this particular conference? And I think it is only right that we begin this conversation with the Zambia Diaspora Chamber of Commerce to be able to just give us a sense of purpose. Why the International Business Exchange Conference, the IBEX? What was behind the thinking? What was the inspiration behind this particular conference? So we'll go right ahead and start with Mr. Musanu to give us the purpose of this conference.
Thank you so much for coming, Parent Secretary, and then representative from IOM, and everybody who has found time to talk to us this morning. The purpose of having this hybrid conference came from the government direction of having to use diaspora as recognize diaspora as part of the developmental programs for the country. So we sat down around 2023, and that's when we formed the Zambia Diaspora Chamber of Commerce. And what came out of that formation of the Chamber of Commerce was to start working around the international business, because we've seen that there are businesses that are struggling and we've seen that the young men and women mostly are trying to make their lives better and also create jobs, because we understand that the government alone cannot provide jobs for everybody. And if you look at the United States, the biggest employers actually small businesses. So we know that a number of chambers of commerce mostly look at the corporate side of businesses, but there are small businesses that we see every day where we go to buy food from small grocery stores, vegetables. Those are the ones that actually keep the economy growing. So that's how we came about with coming up with the International Business Exchange, because we want to have the three key areas that we focus on. We'll be focusing on that will be franchising, business matching, and also just direct investment.
Fantastic. Franchising, business matching, and direct investment. So that is the essence of what the Zambia Diaspora Chamber of Commerce would like to maximize and optimize from this gathering. Now, the International Organization for Migration has quite a lot of insights into the whole dynamics around diaspora engagement. And I know that later on, they'll be able to give us a very detailed presentation in that regard. But maybe we could start the conversation, Madam Livermore, with just identifying from your perspective, what are some of the gaps in terms of diaspora engagement within the countries that you work with?
Thank you. And
Could have a conversation around, so the PS is talking about how you have these countries that are seemingly even disadvantaged. They're in desert that they're producing. There's economic growth. And one of the things you mentioned at the beginning was the transformative potential of the diaspora. I want us to go a little bit further into how can we leverage this transformative potential of the diaspora to be able to advance national development and economic growth. And I know that IOM is privileged to have what I would call a panoramic view of this, of how this diaspora engagement works, not just in Zambia, but across the different regions that you're working in. What would be some of the best practices that you've observed over the other countries where IOM works in terms of leveraging diaspora for that transformative potential that you talked about earlier?
thanks for that question. I think you're kind of pulling me into my presentation, so I'm going to still try to be brief, or maybe I will cut a few things from the presentation. But when you look at the diaspora, oftentimes when we speak about diaspora engagement and diaspora contributions, the first thing we think about are remittances. And remittances are good. Oftentimes, they keep communities, families afloat. Through remittances, we've seen where children are educated. But outside of remittances, the potential of the diaspora is often unexplored. So we just spoke about the drought. And PS just mentioned that there are countries that are not going through food security issues, even though the majority of their lands are desert. And this is where the diaspora comes in terms of skills and knowledge transfer. What have you learned in your country of destination that could benefit your country of origin? So we have Zambians living in pretty much all over the world. Zambians who have lived in countries where the majority of the land is desert land. They know, they have worked, they have supported these governments in making sure that they are food secure. How do we then have this knowledge transferred? There are several ways of doing this. There are exchange programs. There is knowledge transfer programs. So this is just one way. But outside of, let's say, climate issues, there's also diaspora tourism. Zambia of the country is pretty much unexplored, right? Everybody knows about Kenya. But how many people know what it is like to visit the magnificence of Victoria Falls, or to do, this mini safari at Kainga Rocks? A lot of times you find that people who live in a country, they never visit. And similarly, the diaspora, they live here, they leave. Why aren't they coming home? Why aren't we encouraging them to come home? Spend the money here, help to develop Zambia instead of going to where everybody else is going. So there's also tourism. But outside of climate change, tourism, and the traditional areas of investment, there's also, some countries have looked at diaspora's involvement in education and health. That is, you have the persons in the diaspora self-organizing, helping to build schools, helping to build libraries, participating in conversations about curriculum development, looking at skills gaps and filling those gaps. But also in terms of health, you have countries who have successfully had health visits from the diaspora. So we all know that globally, healthcare and certain surgeries are extremely expensive. We've had experiences where the diaspora self-organize, they work with the Ministry of Health, they look at the health needs in country, they donate medicines, but they also return to the country to perform certain surgeries or to help with developing hospitals. And I could go on and on. I'm not sure if everybody wants to listen to me talk all day, so I'm gonna end now.
Thank you so much. That's profound. Let me turn to Mr. Musanu. And based on how the conversation is going, I know the exciting things that are coming out. I want you to paint a picture of success for us over the next 2 days with this engagement, with the conversations, with the networkings, and with the business matching, the opportunities for franchising, the opportunities for direct investment. What does success look like after this IBEX conference? Just paint a picture for us.
Oh, thank you for that question. Success to me, I'll say it's in twofold. Success, first of all, is just having government involvement in our program. That's, I would say, a success. And also, organization like the International Organization of Migration, that's success for us because we have all the stakeholders in developing Zambia through businesses. We need all the stakeholders. We can't work in isolation. And just also having to have people travel, some of the investors, as I can see them over that table over there, having to travel to Zambia to come and ready to come and invest. That's for us is success. And of course, other engagements that we're going to have in the next two days, and hopefully one or two people will be able to show us what they have for that area of investment.
Fantastic. Let me turn back to Madam Pierce, and you did mention, and I know that one of the major mandates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is to obviously showcase Zambia as a stable and attractive destination for investment, and through our missions across the globe, that's one of the things that we try to achieve. But how, beyond the government, how can the rest of the diaspora community be able to participate in actualizing that? Because then we do that through the missions as the government, but how involved are the people in the diaspora, and how can we accelerate progress in that regard by ensuring that they too are busy contributing to that aspiration of really showcasing Zambia as an attractive and stable destination for investment?
Thank you.
And knowing that they're actually online listening, so you really want to speak to them directly.
Yes. No, this is a very critical question, and I'll answer it in two parts. The first is, the embassies out there, the ambassadors, they have a mandate to ensure that economic diplomacy is realized, contextualized to the countries in which they serve. So they're supposed to make sure transactions happen. They're supposed to make sure they engage the diaspora with this purpose in mind. So that is one concrete way. The other way is direct engagement of selling Zambia. I think every Zambian citizen is an ambassador for Zambia. You don't need the title ambassador. Zambia is a very peaceful country. We have the peace dividend that we have not managed very well, I think, to package in the business sense, to assure investors that they will be returned on investments because of the predictability, the peace. We've had peaceful transitions of power to our 7th president now. That is not something that a lot of African countries can say. So that in itself, there's political stability, there's economic predictability. So in terms of assuring investors of their return on investment, this is something that we need to do. Maybe I can also say here that in terms of branding Zambia, we actually have a project in place that is, I think it will be rolled out soon. And I think a lot of you in the diaspora were actually engaged on this, where we are actually going all out, looking at the pillars of what makes Zambia a very good destination for investment because of our peace, anchored around our peace dividend. So there's that. There's the engagement with the ambassadors need to actively engage with the diaspora in the countries they serve. And then there's all of us as citizens, our responsibility and our agency to sell our country to investors.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the exciting things that the PS has just highlighted is basically to change your title. She's officially said every Zambian is an ambassador. So please turn to your neighbor and say, "Good morning, Your Excellency," because your title has officially changed based on that. And because you are now officially Your Excellencies, I want you to bring you into the conversation and be able to get a few comments or questions from you based on what has been discussed before I allow the panel to make their final remarks as we wrap up this conversation. If you have a comment or a question that you'd like to make, please do come through. I'm not sure if we have an extra mic that we can use for the audience, or we'll have to depend on this same one. I'll still need the help of somebody to help us with the mic. All right, so we have a hand over there. Please just go ahead and introduce yourself, and you can make your comment or your question.
First of all, moderator, thank you so much. I would like to recognize Ambassador for the great sentiment and clear-cut message, and of course, OIM, and of course, I call him President ZCCC. Samsano for this. My name is Edwin Zulu. I come from the Global Entrepreneurship Network Zambia. And I think I'll start with the last comment from PS, the issue of challenging all of us to be ambassadors. My role annually, I coordinate the Global Entrepreneurship Network Congress. And every year from 2009, I've taken Zambia to the world. I'm taking Zambia to Indiana this coming June, and I'm happy ZCCT is already on board with us. And I think PS, having heard what you said, will formally come back to you and see how we can make it better because one of the plans we're looking at is on 5th June, we want to host what we're calling the Zambian African Arts, Culture and Tourism Night. So that fits well, and hearing what you have said. And also very important, I think, Zambia as a country, we've done ourselves a disservice for many years because we have not been able to bring out that full potential, more especially having been traveling around the world in the many years, in the last 25 years. One of the things I've seen is that when you talk about Zambia, it's the first time people are hearing about Zambia. So I think this is a huge opportunity. But also very important is that the show of commitment by your ministry, seen by a number of people that have come with UPS, I think it's commendable. And let's move forward in this process. And I am, because even in the area of tourism, I'm happy to mention that it's very sad. I've been promoting an initiative called Marketing Africa Initiative that was focused on trying to make Zambia the anchor for the entire Africa. But because of failure to move forward, as of last month, I just gave that opportunity to Malawi, which is very sad. And so I think the issue of proactiveness from public sector becomes critical. So we are now, even today, I'm speaking with the PS Minister of Commerce in Malawi over the same. I was speaking to PS Tourism over the same. But where you are, so I'm happy to hear that you are moving in that direction, so we can rediscuss and see how we move forward. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Edwin Zulu, for that comment, and very elating to hear the various initiatives that you're doing within your own mandate and the organizations that you're working for to take Zambia to the world, and also the opportunities that you've recognized to be able to engage further with, of course, government, but also with the other stakeholders that are here. Thank you so much. Let me see if there's any other comments or contributions, questions in the house. Right, we have a gentleman over there. I'll take maybe two more and then we'll come back to the panel for the final remarks.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Fidelis Don Chulu II. I actually own a local business, and my purpose for coming here is to network. And I know Mr. Edwin Zulu, we go way back. Yes, I've heard from what you've all presented, and I hear a lot of coming in. Diaspora bringing this, research coming in from this, and I've not heard anything about local businesses being transformed and taken out there. Because for the nature of my business is I'm currently doing a value addition to the baobab fruit. So I produce baobab powder, and I've realized that there's a lot of potential for that in like Europe, the United States, Asia also. I've been able to export some to India, parts of Asia. I've exported some to Germany. I've exported a few also to the United States. But this has been in my own capacity, and I've also had a lot of challenges doing that. So I think my question goes to Mr. Yes, the gentleman.
Osano.
Yes, and the PS, basically on how you can assist businesses like myself and small enterprises to break into all these different regions, and what you have in place or what you're working towards to help with partnerships across the world for businesses like myself. Thank you.
Great, fantastic. All right, so let me take the last two comments. We'll take the gentleman here and the lady in the far table there. Those will be the last two, and then we'll allow the panel to speak, but also respond to that question, Fidelis, that you've raised for Mr. Musano and the PS. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Dr. David Chewe. I'm the fund manager for the Zambia Export Development Fund. So our fund basically is helping to resolve part of what the gentleman has just highlighted. We provide financing to non-traditional exporters, but we also provide advisory services. This is a government project under the Ministry of Finance, but managed by the Ministry of Commerce through the Zambia Development Agency. So I just came here with an excitement because about 3 weeks ago, I was in Rome attending the Italy Africa Business Week. And the conversation that we are having today is exactly what we were doing. We had the diaspora, we had the IOM, we had the Italian government. And when the moderator said we are our ambassadors, I was actually doing that work about 3 weeks ago when I was the go on behalf of Zambia, speaking to the Italian businesses, speaking to the Africans in the diaspora who are looking to come to Africa, but also looking to Africa, building its own homegrown solutions, taking them to the world. So I'm excited, but I'm also available to provide the support to what the diaspora is doing. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are already working together because even 2 years ago, I was in South Africa trying to open up opportunities for Zambia to start exporting into South Africa. So there's a lot of work that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation is doing together with Commerce, together with Energy, SME, basically every ministry is working towards addressing problems. But I wanted to touch on one specific issue which Edwin touched on. And this is in relation to one of the biggest challenges that we faced. I brought in an international organization that was going to help us begin to adopt standards so that we can participate in the international market. Unfortunately, we lost that one. It's gone to another country in Africa, and it's very frustrating because we were trying to bring in a solution that would resolve problems. Remember, SMEs don't have access to financing in Zambia, and this is purely because they are perceived to be risky. We de-risk, and we try and remove the risk. And one of the things we did was to bring in this certification agency that was going to bring access to 1,500 international buyers in 80 countries and covering over 5,000 products. But we lost that one. It's going to another country, and it's very frustrating. So I'm hoping that in the next 2 days, one of the things we'll be able to do is how do we work together and avoid this thing of we're bringing in, but we're losing. We bring 5, we lose 10 because we are disjointed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chewe, for those comments. And very glad to hear that some of the work that you're doing is actually responding to Fidelis's question around the financing and advisory services. So there's already that opportunity to network there, and that's part of the purpose why we're here. So Fidelis, there you have it. Dr. Chewe is all yours for networking. Let's take the final comment or question.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ingrid Masiku. I'm the founder of a company called AfriPeople. AfriPeople is an online marketplace for products made in Africa by Africans. So I was actually just trying to respond to what the gentleman in the far end said. So I was also wondering, because we're talking about investment, bringing people into Zambia. I've been working on something to take Zambia to the rest of the world. So I've been trying to get support and help from government and investors and all other stakeholders. And that's the reason why I'm here. The other thing is that I submitted the project under the Canada Startup Visa Program, and it was actually accepted by one of the angel investor groups. So the angel investor group is committing 75,000 Canadian dollars to begin working on the project in Canada. So now the challenge that I have is that I need my own personal funds to be able to relocate to Canada to begin working on this project, and to have enough sufficient funds to support myself. Yeah, because the investment is actually going towards the project and not to me. So this whole program has stalled for a year because I was accepted last year in February, and I've been trying to navigate ways of how I can get myself there. So I'm hoping that today I'll be able to find the help and support that I need, like in order to begin this, because this will actually help African businesses, because I'm not just looking at Zambia, I'm looking at Africa as a whole. Africa is a continent that is filled with so many it's a rich continent full of natural resources, you know, but it's sad to see that those natural resources are actually just taken in their raw form. So we want to see what we can do and take finished products to the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ingrid, for that. And of course, you raised similar comments to Fidelis around how the conversation should be mutual. We're talking about investment coming in, but we should also be talking about taking investment outside, exporting, and taking our people outside as well. And so your comment is very well noted, and I'm sure the panel will respond to that. But also just to highlight, beyond the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we do have other government entities and ministries here with us. The Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises is here with us, and they will, of course, be making a presentation, I think, at some point between today and tomorrow. We have the Zambia Development Agency, which also is a critical player in so facilitating for some of the things that you are aspiring to see achieved during this conference. So Zambia Development Agency is here, and they will be represented as well. So it will be an opportunity for you to be able to also connect with the Zambia Development Agency, but also with the rest of the other stakeholders that are here. So I just wanted to mention that for you to know that there's quite a number of strategic stakeholders beyond Ministry of Foreign Affairs that are in the house, and over the next 2 days, they will be available for you to maximize conversation with and see what opportunities are available. So much has come through from the audience, and probably we want to begin to wrap up this conversation. I'll start from my far right with Mr. Msanu, just to be able to make your final remarks, and also if you want to comment on any of the things that have come out from the conversation so far.
Sorry, I don't have a very good memory, but I'll try to respond to some of the questions that came out. That gentleman over there was talking about how Zambia Diaspora Chamber of Commerce can help, I believe, be able to export some of the products that he has. First of all, one of our sponsors actually was talking about feeding the African market, because I believe we have almost 1 billion or over 1 billion people in Africa. So growth has got to start like that, because you started a small company. So look at the content of Africa, because crossing oceans comes with a cost. So look at the neighbors. Zambia is gifted that we have we share borders with 8 countries, I believe. And so you start looking at that, and as you get business, start expanding. And of course, I'll be glad to buy something from a grocery store in the United States coming from Zambia, but that is coming with this international business exchange program that we have through this conference. That is coming, because this is what the planning team has been working on for the past almost 2 years. So apart from that, you can use, we'll leave our contacts. And also the other question was talking about how we're going to be helped. We have to take risks, and investors are not going to put money in something that they're not so sure about. I don't think there's anybody in this room who just putting money into anything, not knowing how they're going to recover that money. And it all goes also into people want to invest in your business. And there are also certain things that you have to do. One of the things that I've seen, most people don't pay so much attention in going online, because today we're talking about even like the times of COVID. Most of businesses that came up were online businesses. And of course, some of them were doing, now we talk about hybrid businesses. So you have to show that you are putting in your own resources, your own money as a risk, because nobody's going to risk their money if you can't risk your own money. So you have to show that you have also put some kind of risk and have also done your research. And that's when your business will be seen, and somebody will take will stop by and probably try to see what you're doing. So it's not just the product; it's the way also you invest, the way you package your products. That's very, very important.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. While you have the mic, I know that there's something coming up in 2026 around the next phase of IBEX. Would you want to speak a little bit to that, just to give people a sense of where this is going?
Okay, so thank you for reminding them. I think the gentleman asked, okay, so asking almost the same question. So this is an inaugural conference. So we are planning to have another conference next year in Kansas City. It will be around the World Cup time, because as you know, you'll be aware that the US, Canada, and Mexico will be hosting the FIFA World Cup in 2026. So we'll be holding our conference around that time. And one of the benefits of having to attend this conference is actually to network, of course, and also see opportunities. So that when you bring your products, as the brother there was asking, now you have a chance to kind of present those products and see if people can invest into what you are doing, and also to find other markets, because now I mean, like most of these businesses that we do, like I said, most people are not online. They don't have a website. You have a Facebook page. Everybody can open a Facebook page because it's cheap. Nobody pays for that. But of course, when you open your own website, we will have more reach, because before somebody can even look at you, they'll have to Google you. You're trying to attract an investor who is across the oceans. How are they going to know about you? They'll have to go online, see what you're doing, and see if your business is something that they can work with. And having investors coming to Zambia, that shows that the seriousness of what we're trying to achieve in these 2 days.
Fantastic. A very important emphasis there around building your digital footprint. So that's very important for all our businesses. Thank you so much. Madam Livermore, I will not ask a specific question lest I risk preempting the presentation. So I'll allow you to just make your final remarks and react to any of the things that came up.
Thank you. I want to just touch a little bit on what the PS said earlier about each Zambian being an ambassador, and the importance of the role that I want to say I'm an honorary Zambian, that we all play in what I want to refer to as brand Zambia. So I'm Jamaican. See how I plugged that in there? Right? Jamaica, this tiny, tiny country with less than 3 million people, is known globally. Why? Because we have successfully branded Jamaica. And once you successfully brand Zambia, the opportunities are limitless. Wanting to take the products outside will be so much easier. That said, I can't respond to the questions in terms of why things might not go smoothly or what the challenges are, because of course that's not my role. But this is why conversations and engagement is important. I want to say that the government can't respond to the challenges unless they're aware of it. And I want to also plug something else. So recently, the government launched this diaspora web portal. And the goal of this portal is also to hear from the diaspora. What are some of the challenges that you're facing, not just in your daily lives, but in terms of investment and taking Zambia to the world? Maybe, I want to say, maybe we can take a minute today to go and look at the web portal and to see how that can aid you in responding or aid you in reaching the government so they can respond to some of the challenges that you're facing as investors.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, finally, Madam PS, you could wrap it up for us with all that has come out from the conversation.
Thank you very much. I think I want to say something about the SMEs. I know the PS for SMEs is coming, so she's going to go into more detail. But I think it's important to recognize that we recognize the importance of SMEs. This is why a Ministry of SMEs was formed to unlock all these bottlenecks that you mentioned. I'm very happy that the export board is here and the insight they have given us. I hope that you will have conversations together on how they can support you, because we know from studies done by the Africa Development Bank that the next 10 years, the growth in Africa is going to be led by SMEs. So we really need to support you. But in terms of the export board, I'd like to challenge you, because it's not just about access to capital, but it's also the SMEs coming up with bankable projects. So in terms of, you were talking about accessing financing, I think you need to think bigger in terms of how do you access financing that also covers your costs and runs your business. So this is where the export board can come in when they're looking at how you even frame a project proposal so that it's accepted by these larger international financial institutions that are actually looking at SMEs. So how you do project proposals, so I'd like the export board to please think about looking at the technical assistance part. Also in terms of maybe agriculture services, in the agriculture sector, an example is how do we export crops and fruits and in a way that they are accepted at the standard in markets in Europe, in the States, and so forth. So there are all these technical barriers to trade that need to be looked into to support the SMEs to compete on the international market. So that's something else that needs to be also looked at quite seriously. And to wrap it up, thank you for bringing up the Diaspora web portal. This is a very important portal that we launched, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, last year. And now we're actually looking to optimize it to see how it can be of value to you in terms of giving you services. Services, we're talking with the Home Affairs and the passport, so that even just forms like passport renewal forms, birth certificate, you can download them, pay a local bank here in order to access them, so that by the time you're going to the embassy, it's just to deliver. So making those kind of services easier for Zambian citizens abroad. So this is something we're looking very seriously into and having conversations in, and I'd really encourage you to go to the web portal and really use it actively, because we look for you to be of service to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause to Madam PS. What a way to begin. A very rich conversation, giving us perspective of why we're gathered here, what government is looking out for, and also what the other partners and stakeholders are exploring with us to be able to ensure that we have a fruitful and successful deliberation over the next 2 days. We were joined by Mr. Fred Musanu, who is the president of the Zambia Diaspora Chamber of Commerce, and of course, the chief of mission for IOM, Ms. Kisha Livermore, and of course, privileged to also have the permanent secretary for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Etambuyu Anamela Gadason. And I've been your host, Benjamin Mwape. We will leave it at this, but before we do, a round of applause to everybody for this wonderful, wonderful deliberation this morning. I know that we've been seated for quite a while, and most of us came in early. I have some exciting news for you. As a very good moderator, I think it's a good time for a tea break. All right, but before that, you know that we have been referencing to the IOM presentation, We want to deep dive into that. There's quite some remarkable insights that IOM has, and we'll be getting an opportunity to deep dive into a presentation with IOM just to unpack what is happening from a global perspective and what we can learn and leverage on in our case and context as Zambia. So after the tea break, immediately we'll be going into that detailed presentation with the IOM. And so before we break for tea, could I invite that we just please do stand and join the rest of the panel here for a group photo, and then we'll have a 20 minutes tea break and then be able to go into the IOM presentation. So a group photo with our distinguished panel and guests. In the interest of time, we'll do it right here by the podium so that we maximize on time. So the panelists are already here, so I think they'll just stand right here. The rest of us can come through and join in. Maybe we could have one or two pop-ups just to be able to ensure branding, since we've been talking about branding Zambia. So we'll make sure that there's branding IBEX as well. So please do feel free to come in and join the group photo, and then we'll be able to break for tea. They can come further behind. Yeah, we can have more people on the stage. What are we saying? So are we ready to say that? At the count of three, 1, 2, 3. Diaspora. Diaspora. You look happy. So please feel free to have some tea and use this moment for a short break. We'll come back for the presentation. So I've been advised that there are actually 2 saving points for tea. There's one inside and one outside. So please feel free to maximize either of them. You don't have to all queue up inside. There's actually another alternative saving point for tea outside.
businesses are ready to take on the world, and with the right tools and support, the sky's the limit.
Speaking of support, I noticed that emailsexist.com really emphasizes their business class technical support.
Yes.
Available 24/7, even on holidays.
Wow.
That sounds like a valuable resource for businesses
Yeah.
that are operating, maybe across different time zones.
Absolutely. Imagine having a technical issue at 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Knowing that you can reach out to a support team who can help you right away.
Yeah, it takes the pressure off for sure,
It really does.
especially when you're focused on growing your business and reaching new markets. So to recap, for anyone here at the International Business Exchange who's serious about expanding their business globally, emailsexists.com offers a pretty compelling package.
Yeah, affordable plans, impressive speed, and security.
literally with one click. It makes it incredibly easy to set up a website without needing to know any sort of code or anything like that.
That's so cool. What I find so fascinating about social media is how it it empowers anybody, regardless of technical expertise, to build websites and start establishing
And for all of you here at the International Business Exchange, emails exist.
They're offering a 70% discount on all their hosting plans.
Is that right? 70% off just for being here. It's an incredible opportunity to jumpstart your online presence and start reaching a global audience. And to make things a little more fun, we've got a little quiz for you.
We love a bit of friendly competition.
Yes.
So the first 5 people to sign up with emailsexist.com will win a special prize.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be resuming our session in 5 minutes time. Please kindly take note for those that are outside. In 5 minutes time, we will be resuming. Kindly be seated in 5 minutes time so that we can resume the session. Thank you.
Wow. It sounds like they're trying to be like a one-stop shop for businesses going online.
Yeah. Great observation. It seems like they're really focused on providing a bunch of different services that all different things.
Let's talk about something that really caught my eye while I was researching for emailsexist.com. They're about to launch something that they're calling a game changer.
Ooh.
An AI website builder.
Whoa.
AI.
That could be huge. It certainly has the potential to be huge. You know, AI is really huge.
Absolutely.
We don't have all the details. But yet, imagine a tool that uses artificial intelligence to help you build a professional, like, visually stunning website, even if you have room.
Wow, that is impressive. It sounds like it really leveled the playing field for small businesses.
Yeah, I think it definitely has. AI automates so many of the complex tasks involved in web design. You know,
Right.
making it way more accessible and affordable for businesses of all sizes.
For sure.
It's definitely an exciting development that we'll be keeping an eye on.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of exciting developments, let's not forget about that incredible 70% discount.
Right.
Emailsexist.com is offering everyone here at the International Business Exchange.
It's a phenomenal opportunity, you know, being able to have a strong online presence for
I don't really care on the ocean
Yeah.
for you.
it frees up
I'll be
resources
the
that you
wise
can
girl
use in
for
other
you.
areas of your business.
I'm on the bed try
And don't
for you.
forget our quiz for those of you who are quick on the draw.
Commando, boy,
Sign
I'll
up
fight
with
for you.
emailsexist.com.
Come to Jessica for you.
Win a special prize.
You know I know good
Have you all
life
signed
for
up
you.
yet? The clock is ticking.
All right.
And if I have to wait
Congratulations
10
to our 5
million
fastest
years,
winners.
I'll wait for you.
We'll be in touch shortly.
Cause every little
Yeah,
thing
well
you
done
do.
to our winners. And
Got
even
me
if you
falling
didn't win, you're
more
still winning by being here.
for you. And if I have to wait
Learning
10
about all
million years, I'll wait
This
for
event
you.
is all about
Cause every little thing you
connecting, growing,
got me falling more
expanding your
for you.
horizons.
Oh,
And
baby, come to you one more
emailsexist.com, you're not just
Give
getting
me
hosting,
just a kind
you're getting a
of
partner.
That's
You
right.
and I be acting some
This
film.
international business
Say your mama know
is
if
a
you love me.
testament to the talent
You're my only one is over.
so inspired.
No go take you for balloon.
Me too. This event
You up as a
is something
mask.
that
You give me
it's
joy
clear
and
that Zambian
affection.
businesses are ready to take on the world and with the right tools and this guy.
Speaking of support, I noticed that emailsexist.com really emphasizes their business class technical support.
Yes.
Available 24/7, even on holidays.
Wow.
That's such a valuable resource for businesses that are operating, maybe across the
And if I have to wait 10 million years, I'll wait for you.
Oh, yeah.
Cause every little thing you do got me falling more for
Yeah, it takes the pressure
you.
off.
Oh, you. And if I have to wait 10 million years, I'll wait for you.
So to
Cause
recap,
every
for
little
anyone
thing
here at
you
the International Business
got me
Exchange
falling
serious
more
about
for
expanding your
you.
business globally,
Oh, baby, come to you one more
emailsexist.com offers
Give me up some kind of gold.
Yeah, affordable plans,
I be
impressive
acting
speed
some
and security.
film. Say your mama know if you love me.
AI website builder.
You're my only one is over.
And of course, that's steps.
No go take you for balloon.
That's right. Don't miss out on this
You up as a
opportunity. Head over to
mask.
emailsexist.com, check out their plans, and take advantage of this offer before it's gone. And with partners like emailsexist.com offering accessible and affordable tools
Yeah.
to support your journey, there's no better time to take your business to that next level.
It's been awesome diving deep into cloud hosting with you all today.
Yes.
We hope you've learned some valuable insights and feel inspired to take action.
Thank you all for joining us on this deep dive into the world of emailsexist.com.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Remember, a world of opportunity awaits you online. Go out there and make your mark on the world. Welcome everyone to the International Business Exchange Program here in Zambia. So great to see so many ambitious entrepreneurs all in one place.
Yeah.
We are going to take a quick dive into something super important for any business that really wants to make a global impact,
Absolutely.
and that is cloud hosting.
Yeah.
And we're going to focus on a company with a name that, well, let's just say, it definitely grabs your attention. Emailsexist.com.
It is certainly a memorable name. And I think beyond that initial, like, oh, what is that?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are commencing our next session. May I please come in and do kindly settle down to go into our next presentation.
Absolutely. It's like the foundation of your online. It's like renting space online for your website and all of its data, but without the hassle of managing physical servers.
Right.
And emailsexist.com really aims to make this process as smooth and affordable as possible, especially for businesses here in Zambia that are looking to expand internationally.
That's a key point for businesses that really want to reach that global audience. Reliable hosting is non-negotiable. You know, it ensures that your website is accessible to potential customers worldwide, 24/7.
All the time.
No slowdowns, no interruptions.
And they seem to get that.
Yeah.
They offer 3 different.
All right, so please let's get settled so that we begin. And if there are any colleagues outside, Secretariat team to help us, please quickly bring them in. For the rest of us that are in the room, may I ask that we kindly sit so that we proceed with our session. So in this session, we obviously are going to be building up our conversation from the panel discussion that we had earlier on before the tea break. And I think one of the things that was obviously highlighted quite significantly was around the transformative potential of the diaspora in as far as driving investment and economic growth is concerned. So we have the privilege this morning to have the IOM coming through to give us a perspective of what this looks like from a global perspective, but also within context to what the Zambian context could leverage in as far as the transformative potential of the diaspora. So once again, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me to make welcome Ms. Keisha Livermore as she comes to make a presentation, the Chief of Mission for IOM. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, colleagues. I feel like I've been set up a little bit, like people are expecting hopefully not more than I can deliver. But that said, thank you so much for inviting us to participate in this conference. And I do hope that while I will learn from you, that there might be something in this presentation that might be beneficial to you as well. So the task today is to look at the transformative potential of the Zambian diaspora. And I'll begin by looking at the global picture and the contributions of diaspora to development in their home countries. And then I'll take it to look at Zambia, not just what has already been achieved, but the potential, the untapped potential that is out there that we need to grasp. I'm not sure who is changing the slides, so I can, who's changing it? You are? Okay, so I'll just indicate when I need it to move. All right, so firstly, as I mentioned earlier, it is agreed upon. Pundits agree, the experts agree, everyone agrees that the potential for the diaspora in terms of achieving a country's developmental goals is phenomenal. This is not just in terms of remittances, but it's also in terms of expertise, skills, and knowledge transfers. But something that we don't talk a lot about is the networks that the diaspora brings and how these networks not only influences economies, but also politics and social stability. And so I want you to take a minute to think about that. Think about all of us who are in this room, all of us who are online, and even those who are not a part of this conference, and the networking potential of all these individuals and what it might look like if we tap into this. Next slide, please. Globally, we've seen where the impact of the diaspora has aided countries in several different ways. There's a lot to learn from countries like Ireland, small countries like Jamaica. Even when we look at Haiti, earthquake a few years ago, a very, very important role in the recovery of that country. It's important that we look at diaspora engagement when we look at transformative actions that the diaspora can bring, that we think about how we engage, how we communicate, and what is that we want to gain from this engagement. But not only in terms of what the government wants to gain, but we also have to look at what are the needs of the diaspora. And I think we've already begun to hear a little bit about that this morning, just from a few short questions and queries in terms of challenges. Next slide, please. When we look at best practices for diaspora engagement, there are a few things that you always hear. The importance of communication and setting up communication channels, creating inclusive platforms, leveraging technology, and recognizing and celebrating diaspora contributions. If these things are done, then this is supposedly the bulletproof way of ensuring that you maximize the potential of diaspora. Next slide. But what are we doing, and where does Zambia sit in all of this? The minute you mention diaspora, what if I should say to you, what's the first word that comes to mind when you hear the word diaspora? How many of you would say remittances? That's right, because that's what we've been conditioned to think. Diaspora equals remittances. But as members of the diaspora, as investors, as Zambians, I'm sure you all know that diaspora is much more than the pound, the yen, the dollar, or the kwacha. It's the people, it's the skills, it's the knowledge, it's their willingness, their sense of pride in being Zambian, that we need to look at when we talk about engagement and the diaspora. This is what is important. Next slide, please. So our goal this morning is to explore the role of the diaspora in national development. And in order for us to do this, we have to look at it from very different angles. It must be multifaceted. We must redefine what diaspora contributions mean. It's more than remittances. It's brand Zambia. It's each one of you going out there and talking to somebody about what Zambia has to offer, not just in terms of its landscape and its culture, but also its people, because you are a product of Zambia, and that is what we need to sell. It's also understanding who makes up the diaspora. Where are they located? What are their skills? What interest do they have in giving back or investing in Zambia? And I want to say investment is not just investing in, but investing outside, right? So it is value added goods. So looking at the things that are unique here, the things that you miss most when you're overseas, there's a market for that. And that market begins with you. It doesn't stop with you, because you're going to share that. And this is where I say that, and I'm going to talk Jamaica a lot. That's where I am from. That's where what I know. And I fully believe in brand Jamaica. We've been indoctrinated, right? So it is now your turn to turn that light switch on, to make people aware of what it means to be Zambian. What are these products? What is unique about Zambia? And to take that to the world. Next slide, please. One of the things that impressed me the most when I arrived in Zambia 2 years ago was the fact that the Zambian diaspora self-organized. That's amazing. That tells you of the untapped potential of the diaspora. In most countries, this is not done by the diaspora. It's done by the government. The government is the one, they send out invitations, they self-organize. And even this meeting here today, this conference, is again an initiative from the diaspora. And I think this is something that we cannot overlook. We must look at what this means. Who are these people? Why are they so interested in Zambia? And how can we leverage this? Not just in terms of investment, but the PS mentioned how peaceful Zambia is. This is not something that you find in most countries globally. So why aren't we leveraging this? Jamaica is built on tourism. I'm pretty sure that when I say Jamaica, you think Bob Marley, Usain Bolt. But somewhere in there, you also think crime and violence. But that hasn't stopped people from wanting to experience Jamaica. And this is what you have that we don't. As a matter of fact, you have a little bit more, but I feel like I would be a little bit disloyal to talk about some of the things that you have in terms of tourism and what you have to offer. That a lot of countries that are built on tourism, where people want to invest, where people fight to invest, they don't have what you have here. And so it is important that we figure out how to package this, how to package what is here, how to package that willingness, that sense of belonging that Zambians have, and to turn that into, for want of a better word, dollar signs. Next slide, please. The government of the Republic of Zambia fully understands the importance of the diaspora in terms of their transformative potential. And so there are a few things that they have done that I think we need to recognize and laud this morning. One of them is the diaspora desk. This desk is set up within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and is a dedicated point for contact on diaspora matters. This is fairly new, but I think it is a sign of just the willingness of the government to engage with the diaspora. I see we have somebody from the diaspora desk here, and I can just speak to how committed she is in terms of just one person from that desk, always available, always willing to work. And I want to encourage you to take advantage of having her here in this room this morning. Next slide, please. I spoke earlier about trying to figure out who makes up the diaspora, what they are, but also of importance is policy and legislation. And one of the things that the government did, which is definitely a good practice, is they conducted a thorough analysis of existing diaspora policies. They identified the gaps that hinder engagement and provided recommendations for policy improvements. Another win, next slide please, was the development of access guidelines. So it was noted that members of the diaspora had certain challenges accessing national documents. And so the government responded. And this is why conversation and communication and engagement is so important. I spoke earlier about having close engagement, finding out what it is that you as a diaspora need. And this is a testament to the fact that if the government hears what your needs are, they put things in place to try to address them. And so, again, they responded by providing guidelines to make this easier for members of the diaspora. They also developed a diaspora policy, next slide please, which PS mentioned earlier, and she spoke about the fact that the government is right now trying to implement the policy. Now, the policy doesn't only aim to enhance collaboration, but it also focuses on how to leverage diaspora resources for economic growth. And I think that's why we're here today. So if you do get a chance, have a look at the policy, and maybe we can have a conversation on that as well in terms of how the diaspora can help the government to implement the policy. Another initiative that the government successfully did, next slide please, was the mapping of the diaspora. And this project aimed to find out who makes up the diaspora, what are the demographics, how old are they? What are the skills? What is the knowledge? What are the expertise? What is their investment potential? But also, what are the needs of the diaspora in their countries of destination? What issues are you facing that you needed the government to advocate on your behalf for? And so this diaspora mapping initiative actually highlighted a few things. It highlighted that, next slide please, the diaspora felt that the remittance costs were way too high in Zambia. And that led to a study on the flows of remittances, highlighting the economic impact of the remittances, but also the challenges for processing remittances and how the government could help in bringing down the cost of remittances. In addition to that, the government, next slide please, also, as PS mentioned, with IOM support, launched a diaspora web portal last year. How many of you actually know about the portal? Just a show of hands, before we spoke about it today. Emmanuel, raise your hand. Well, he's from IOM, so he knows, right? But that just means that there's more work to be done in terms of raising awareness on the portal, because this portal was developed for you. And it was developed based on the needs that you highlighted as members of the diaspora. It, as PS mentioned, it serves as a hub for information and support. It's a communication channel. One of the best practices that was mentioned earlier in terms of utilizing ICT for engagement. So please Utilize the web portal. Highlight what your needs are. Use it for renewing your passport or for applying for a birth certificate while you're overseas. This portal is meant to make things easier for you. In addition to that, next slide, please. IOM also facilitated a study tour to Nigeria. And this was done because Nigeria has successfully tapped into the potential of their diaspora. And so we wanted to find out what it is that Nigeria knows, what it is that they're doing that could be duplicated, replicated here. And that study tour took place last year, and from all accounts, it was successful. It was a benchmarking visit that identified gaps in Zambia's current approach. It gathered insights that could be adapted to the Zambian context. Next slide, please. But we're here to talk about how to harness the transformative potential of the Zambian diaspora. From what we heard this morning, or from what I heard this morning, I heard innovation. I heard love of country. I heard willingness to invest and to shape and create brand Zambia. And if we do this, then we will be able to tap into that potential. Next slide, please. So let's look briefly at the strategies for maximizing Zambia's potential, or the diaspora's potential for Zambia. And this is built on partnerships, right? And to do this, there are a few things that we recommend. The first one is we ensure that the climate is ready for investment by the diaspora and for diaspora contributions, that the government is aware of the needs of the diaspora and actively advocates for rights in host countries, that we engage with the diaspora as it relates to climate resilient initiatives. We put things in place to facilitate networking. We enhance investment opportunities, and of course, partnerships. Not just traditional partnerships in terms of investments in businesses or export of products, but also partnerships in terms of health, education, sports, tourism, and I could go on. One of the things that we're working on, next slide please, is a research that I think should be useful to the diaspora, especially those who want to invest. This research is funded by the Irish Embassy and is aimed at identifying investment opportunities for the diaspora. It looks at the importance of both financial and non-financial contributions and the sectors where these investments can make the most significant impact. The research will also examine the potential of partnerships to strengthen local businesses whilst addressing challenges faced by diaspora investors. And through doing that, offering recommendations for improved engagement and facilitation. We're actually in the very first stages, the embryonic stages of this research, where we're looking at finalizing the TOR for the consultant to do this research. And we're hoping that we'll find you and your colleagues, your neighbors, your friends in the diaspora, collaborative to make sure that this research is actually responding to the current needs in Zambia and the current needs of the diaspora. Next slide, please. Our goal is to empower the Zambian diaspora. because through empowerment, this can drive economic growth and investment. We're looking at remittances from the diaspora and how this can significantly boost local communities. But also, what skills do you have? How many members of the diaspora are willing to return home, even if it's temporarily, to fill positions where there are skills gaps, or to build skills, to teach somebody? The study tour was important, but what skills do you have that are untapped? But we're also looking at cultural exchange and collaboration. Next slide, please. We spoke about diaspora tourism earlier, but it's important that we use the diaspora to facilitate cultural exchanges, not just at the national level, but at the community level. I remember last year, I can't remember the name of the communities, but I visited a few communities, border communities between Zambia and Namibia. And whilst the people around me saw poverty, I saw potential. I saw people taking a boat from Zambia to Namibia, and I saw tourism. I saw people wanting to say, okay, how do the real people live? Not just the development. This is good. This is what we brand, but also the simplicity of life in rural area is something that is untapped. In Jamaica, we actually have tours. People pay to go into the ghetto. I'm not lying. People literally pay to go and see communities where people are generally happier than me and you because life is just so much simpler. They hear the language without its distortion. Because I'm sure many of you are saying, I don't sound Jamaican. I put it to you that I do. I just have a Kingston accent. But yes, so it's important that you look at the country through different lenses. I saw investing in boats and doing tours. I saw doing tours where you have, and this was, so we did this boat ride across, right? I think we went from Namibia to Zambia. The chief, they knew we were coming, and there was a whole, I don't want to say a concert, but they danced, they sang like traditional dancing, singing. And I was like, ooh, this was for free. I didn't even pay to get on the boat. So this is what I mean when I said there is untapped potential here in Zambia. Cultural exchange. Next slide, please. But also, let's just look at things in terms of a dose of reality. We've just had one of the worst droughts in Zambia that has seriously impacted the economy. A lot of the advances that we saw in terms of just a few years ago, Zambia had one of the strongest currency on the continent. And we've seen where what looks like consistent devaluation. The PS spoke about the importance of resilience as it relates to climate change. And I put it to you that we do have representatives, nationals in the diaspora that can help and that could have helped to shape and to strengthen Zambia, to ensure that climatic changes such as droughts or floods, while it will have an impact, it doesn't have a devastating impact. And these are things that we want to find out more about. And I'm saying we as if I'm Zambian. Forgive me for those of you who want to say, because I've been told before, like, you know, show me the passport. But even if I'm not Zambian, I'd like to say I'm a member of the diaspora, right? I am. Maybe the African diaspora, we're not sure exactly from where, but I am a member of the diaspora. So whether you like it or not, I have been adopted, even if I did adopt myself. But that said, let us look to the diaspora to strengthen resilience as it relates to climate change and to enhance resilience efforts. I'm going to skip the next slide because it speaks to diaspora tourism. And I'm going to talk a little bit about a few best practices. So we can go to Mexico's 3x1. So not this slide, this one. So there are a few best practices that we have noted that we think will be just idea generation. Some will work, some won't. The one that I think we would get some pushback from is internships. And I said pushback because we know that unemployment is an issue in Zambia right now. But when we talk about redefining the diaspora, where I'm from, the diaspora is not just first generation Zambians. The diaspora is first, second, third, fourth, fifth generation. So if your great, 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 great grandmother was Jamaican, you have that sense of pride in being Jamaican. And this is something that it's a targeted effort by the government to ensure that they will always have somebody who feels that sense of pride, who is willing to give back, who is willing to invest, whether inside or outside, somebody who believes in brand Jamaica. And one of the things that the private sector has successfully done is they have what they call a birthright program. And this birthright program identifies Jamaicans in the diaspora for not just internship opportunities, but also mentorship opportunities. And they actually pay for them to go home. So that's one good practice. It might look a little bit different for Zambia, but it's something for you to think about. Another one is Mexico's 3x1. So the federal government in Mexico matches funds from the diaspora to boost development in communities. So for example, you're from Ndola, right? I don't know the name of the communities in Ndola, so don't judge me. And you recognize that, or a group of you who have self-organized and you're from the same community, you want to invest in your community, not just Zambia, but specifically your community. You'll say, okay, we want to build a school in this community because we don't like the fact that because of how far the schools are and how far people have to travel, the education rate in my community is low, and so the prospects for growth and development is also low. So the government said for every 1 peso that is contributed by the diaspora, we contribute 3. And that money goes to a specific development activity based on the needs or the wants of the diaspora. Another one is using also remittances, where they look at I'm not going to say the word because I say it badly and people laugh, so I'll just use dollars and cents. So if you're sending money home, whatever the cents are, the diaspora members agree that 12 cents, that 5 cents will go towards community development in X area. It's something that is agreed for. In addition to them saying this will go towards this, it is managed not just by the government, but also the financial institutions, so that there is transparency in terms of how the money is being used. There's also capacity building initiatives. So right now, what we find globally is when remittances are sent, this goes directly into the households. It's used for immediate needs, for food, water, etc. But can you imagine if the recipients of remittances had the knowledge and the wherewithal to budget properly and to save, and then to start their own businesses from these remittances that they're receiving? So in Jamaica, we actually worked with the remittance companies to identify the receivers of remittances, and we did capacity building sessions with them. These sessions aimed at looking at what are your immediate needs. So you receive $100 every month from your sister, your brother, whoever. How much do you actually spend on rent from this? How much do you spend on food? So this 50 Jamaican dollars, which is pretty much nothing, that you use to buy ice cream every month, maybe you save that. So they would save it. They had a bank account, which like a fixed deposit, so the interest rate was higher. So we were working with the financial institutions, and then we helped them to develop business plans. And soon, a lot of these persons had their own micro enterprises. And if the remittance didn't come, they were okay. So there are several things that can be done. And I know we spoke about the importance of micro enterprises earlier and the impact that that will have on the Zambian/African economy in the next few decades. So I wanted to just raise that. And I'm going to not go to my next slide because I think there is a timeline that I'm supposed to use to present, and that there might be questions. So I'm going to end here and open the floor for questions.
Right. Thank you so much, Madam Keisha Livermore, for that very insightful presentation. And of course, giving us both a global perspective of what diaspora engagement looks like, but also what could be contextualized to Zambia as well. And quite a lot has come through. I'm sure as she was presenting, you were processing, like me, a number of things. And we have an opportunity now to engage and be able to just make some comments, questions around what has been raised. Some of the things that have been brought out in the presentation are case studies of what other countries are doing and how those could be replicated, potentially replicated within our context as Zambia. It would be great to hear the views of the House, how you think that is possible, how can we do that, how can we achieve some of what the other countries have also achieved based on the case studies that were presented to us. So ladies and gentlemen, please, by show of hand, do indicate if you have any questions, comments, and we will be able to bring the microphone to you. All right, so we'll begin from the back here. Again, please feel free to just let us know your name and the institution you are coming from. Thank you.
Good. Is it morning or afternoon? It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that powerful presentation. I've got a few comments to make from the presentation that you've just given us. Number one, I think Zambia has been on the planning table for far too long, such that we keep on talking about things that we don't realize at the end of the day. You have given us very insightful examples from your country, which is Jamaica. And I know for a fact that I think Zambia has got a lot, like what you've said, to showcase. But the problem that we have is we are always in the boardrooms doing the planning, and we don't actualize, things that we plan. I don't know from the presentation that you've given us, if at all you also engage the government in certain things as IOM, how their diaspora can be of importance into the economic development. Because for me, when I leave Zambia, I know that Zambia is a poor nation. And when I go outside Zambia, I'm going there to look for a better life. And I see no need to come back and reinvest in Zambia. How can that mindset be changed? How can we have a paradigm shift towards that? Because that's the cancer, I think, that is there for us who would want to go and live in the diaspora to get a better future and literally forget about my home country. So that is something that I think we really need to work on. So with those few remarks, I feel we need a lot of help in that area. Thank you. Oh, I'm Ian Munsanje. I come from the private sector. I'm an SME. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Munsanje. So I'll probably take one more and then allow the Chief of Mission to respond, and then we can take another set.
Chief of Mission, once again, that was a brilliant presentation, but also you have presented very workable models that I think after this meeting will be with you to see, and also ask you to share that presentation so that we look at those specific issues. I like the what you call the Mexico model, and to my colleagues from ZTC, it's high time. I think my office will be looking at how do we design a sustainable business model, meaning activities that should help the diaspora chamber having entrepreneurship, business development among its members and the economies of Zambia, but also make money to support their activities. I think that's an area of interest for me. So this is brilliant. And I think to Mr. Munsanje, what we need to do, since we have this information, let's follow up with appropriate departments and see how we can help them actualize. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Zulu is making a comment. Could I then take, was there a hand here? Yes, I'll take one more hand since Mr. Zulu's was a comment, and then we can respond.
My name's Lozindaba Sakala. I'm coming from Lozindaba Foundation here in Zambia. I noticed in your presentation, you were talking about what made Nigeria make a difference. Yeah. I just wanted to make a comment to that, to say that our friends are very, very aggressive. They're extremely aggressive. But what we need to know as Zambians is we have it all. What we just lack is the aggression. You know, even when a Nigerian has no food, but when they're talking in diaspora, they'll just talk big. Even when they're discussing parliamentary things, they'll just speak big about their country. But Zambians, the problem is that we're very apologetic. I think we just need to change that mindset that we've got everything that it takes for us to really work in collaboration with people in diaspora. And then secondly, you did mention in the tourism side, where you say when people go somewhere, they see poverty, they see a boat, but we see opportunities. Same with our areas as foundations, we see opportunities. What can we do better? Because some of us have had a humble privilege of having lived in diaspora and also having lived here in this country, and we know what we have as Zambians. But one thing that I know, even us as Zambians, even those who are in diaspora, they can say that we don't help each other, even diaspora. So how are you going to release that money to come here? Yeah, so we need just to work on ourselves as Zambians. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Very interesting comment about how Nigerians are aggressive. And I was looking around the room and looking at one of the Nigerians in the room when you're saying Nigerians talk big, and she was feeling big. So let's now allow the Chief of Mission, Madam Keisha, to respond to those comments. Then we'll take another set of questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I think when you said Nigerians are aggressive, it spoke to me because people say Jamaicans are aggressive too. But I challenge you to change that word and to say that it is confidence. It's confidence. It's believing in what you have and believing that the world needs you. You don't need the world needs you. And if you have that mindset, you'll be amazed at how much you can get done. Because people believe what you tell them if you believe it as well. And so it is important, as you said, and that's something that in terms of the Zambian culture, that it has taken me a while to get used to it. I kind of lost myself for a minute, as in I wasn't sure how to be me. I'm being honest, like just to be me and to be forceful and to say what I think, because I was afraid of how it would be received. But then it took me some time to understand that if I fail to be unapologetically me, then I won't be able to make connections. And I'm trying to teach the people in my office to speak up by speaking up, by just being honest and saying things the way they are. I'm hoping that this will change, because it really does make a difference in terms of how you are received, especially when you think about investment and investors and being taken seriously. Now, I want to just comment a little bit on the feedback from the private sector in terms of, I think what you're saying is that the time to act is now. And I agree. But I also want to say that there have been some movements. The government has had some advances. And whilst it might not have moved at the pace that I think you would want to see it move, it's important that we acknowledge these advancements. The web portal, I think, is something that will help the government to move faster. Because if you're not aware of what the challenges are, if you're not aware of the bottlenecks, then there's no way for you to improve. We have been liaising with the government. We've had several meetings with the diaspora desk. It's a small, tiny desk, not a lot of people, but it's a commitment that the government made to say diaspora engagement is important through the establishment of this desk. I think we met up to last week. We had a colleague from IOM meeting with the diaspora desk, and I want to say that they are committed. We are working on a few initiatives, and there's a lot more in terms of what we, and by we I mean IOM and the government, want to implement. The challenge has to do, however, with the financial implications of the activities that we hope to roll out. But I'm sure we have a colleague right there. She can talk to you a little bit more about what the work plan looks like in terms of diaspora engagement and initiatives that the government wants to roll out in the next few months, years, etc.
All right, let's take another set of questions or comments. Since we're talking about the diaspora desk, so maybe we can start from here.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucy Mtonga Namadula, and I am from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the diaspora desk itself. So to begin with, I'll just want to mention that, or acknowledge rather, IOM for the support that they have offered from the time that we launched the diaspora policy. Also, just to mention that with the diaspora policy, we also have an implementation plan. Within that implementation plan, it talks to the 13 specific objectives within the policy. And that was unpacked to see what sort of activities we can actually come up with. Now, one thing I should mention is that when it comes to diaspora diplomacy, this is a phenomenon that needs a whole of government, whole of society approach. No wonder I guess we are here today. Yes, we do acknowledge some of the challenges that probably we might have on our side, but as mentioned, we have actually made certain strides. And some of the challenges that we have, the gaps that we have noticed, is the lack of information. So like I would say that when it comes to ZRA and taxes, not everyone in the diaspora actually knows that for those returning citizens, there will be certain tax cuts from what then they bring in, okay? Also, not everyone in the diaspora actually knows what ZDA, actually has when it comes to opportunities for investments. No wonder we said that one of the first things we should do is then come up with a diaspora web portal, which will be there for information dissemination, because there's quite a lot that probably our friends in the diaspora don't know, as well as ourselves here, as well as friends of Zambia, for us to see then how we can engage better. And we do not run away from the fact that, yes, certain things move at a snail's pace, but that's why we need to work together. And no wonder, I think you heard from PS, she did mention and commend the organizers of this initiative for them bringing us together. And just to mention, yes, we have capacity challenges when it comes to funding. And I'm sure you can attest to that as well, that there are certain also other priority areas that then you would look at. If you say, okay, let's deal with the floods, probably will not deal with certain other activities which will be on the diaspora desk. But that's why we are having these conversations. You know who is on the diaspora desk. Maybe my colleagues can also just stand up so that you can actually see them. We are here to listen from you and to discuss with you, to engage with you, and to share information as well, and to hear from you on how we can do things better at the end of the day. So I thought I should just mention that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very important to highlight, and at least now the room knows what government is doing around the diaspora desk and the initiatives going on there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Gloria Ngandu from Zamtel, a sponsor as well as a participant in the IBEX conference. I just want to find out, you mentioned the portal, you talked of a portal, which most of us had no knowledge of. I just wanted to know what the link is or the address is so that we can have it visited. Thank you.
Okay, so that takes me back to the previous speaker, because I think that's where they will be able to guide us on the portal.
I was just about to check so that I could give you the actual link to the portal. Maybe I could do that later as I do check, but it sits also on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. So maybe just to mention, sorry. Yes, we did launch the Diaspora web portal, but we're still continuing. I'm sure from Zamtel you would say that issues to do with technology, then we have to continue enhancing the web portal. I would mention now that we actually, in December, had a group from Finland who came to work with us with the optimization of the same web portal to put in certain other issues of AI, issues of also linking with others. And we have been working with Smart Zambia on the same. So yes, as Zamtel, those are things that then we can talk about. Are you ready to host it? You know, we would be happy for that. And also information. This is a platform where information which is important to the diaspora can actually be uploaded. So if any of you have information which then after being cleared and we see that this is information which will be important for others as well, that information will certainly be uploaded onto the web portal. So it's a platform for information sharing. So it's not only for the Zambian diaspora, but for ourselves here as well, which can be utilized. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what we'll probably do, please go ahead and clap. What we will probably do is maybe after lunch, we will get the link and beam it on the screen so that everybody that is interested in the portal will be able to access it correctly. I'll take 2 more comments or questions so that we bring this discussion to a close. All right, any other hand? I have 1 more. Okay, so we'll take the last hand and then we can wrap up the conversation.
Thank you very much. My name is Bona Kashinga. I wanted to just learn perhaps from you, from other countries, the consistency of incentives that are given to people in the diaspora for them to be able to plan long-term, start a project, get to the point of maturity and a return. Are those things committed in the policy and then maybe subsequently in an act and a statutory regulation that is predictable for a reasonable period of time for one to be able to get their returns? I say that because I run businesses that have incentives from different parts of the economy, and one of the challenges that we have is the inconsistency of those incentives. You invest on a hospitality project with incentives that are given to you in a letter that says this is 5-7 years. And if the country has got very tightening fiscal space, they're suddenly just swept away by the Minister of Finance overnight. There is a very infamous one that has just happened called the January operation, which has upset a lot of businesses because overnight, wanting to be able to meet fiscal challenges, companies are reclassified from one tax type to another, and the tax codes override all other regulations in other sectors, tourism being one of those. So how do they do it, whether Jamaica, Nigeria, and so on? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll let Madam Livermore respond to those questions and then also make her concluding remarks for the presentation.
Thank you. I won't speak to Nigeria specifically because I wasn't on the study tour, but I'll speak to Jamaica to say it's best when, and not just Jamaica, but it's best when these tax breaks, if they're written into policy or legislation, because the investment climate then is more predictable. You know exactly what you're signing up for. You know exactly what you will receive. There's no guesswork involved. And so the climate for investors is seen to be more attractive if things are written into legislation. As it relates to Jamaica, yes. But one of the things that it is written into legislation, but there's also a few other things that work in terms of there is what they refer to as a Diaspora Advisory Council. And this Diaspora Advisory Council is made up of the heads of different diaspora groups all over the world. And there's also a Diaspora Youth Council just to make sure that the youth voice is also being heard. This Diaspora Advisory Council meets with the Minister of Foreign Affairs or designate once a quarter so that they can discuss what is happening. If there are legislative changes that needs to be made, they advocate for that. And then the minister then takes their voice to Parliament. So there are different ways of doing it. Sometimes it might just be a change in an SOP, but then the SOP might not be, or a policy, SOP might not be the best way to go about it. Because as you said, you have this thing now, you say, okay, from now on, this is what we're doing. But then a new administration can come in and change that. So generally, just to answer your question, it's best if things are written into policy or law, because that way it's predictable. That way the investment climate is more attractive and people know exactly what they're signing up for. And I was told to wrap up. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say, but here goes anyway. This is probably a bad thing because I do like to talk. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to me. For not sleeping. And for sharing your knowledge. Unfortunately, I won't be able to spend the entire 2 days with you, but I do have a colleague who is sitting in. I will, however, try to pop in. Tomorrow might be impossible because I have an all-day meeting that I'm supposed to be chairing. But I just want to say that this is no indication of my lack of a willingness to sit and to learn. I will stay with you for maybe an hour or two, more, and then I will have to go, but I will try to check in because this has been, for me, very informative. And I think there is a lot that I can learn from you. It is interesting and will be interesting to hear more from you in terms of what your specific needs are. What is it that the government can do to support you? And I want to hear this, not just because, not because I think I'm government, but because our goal is to support the government while they try to support you. But that said, as I said, if I continue talking, I will not stop. So I'm going to end right there. Have a good rest of the day. I hope to connect with you outside of this meeting. And that's it. Thank you.
She's been standing for quite a long time. I think she deserves a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Madam Keisha, for that very detailed and insightful presentation. Of course, from the United Nations International Organization for Migration, and of course, giving us all those global perspectives and what we need to begin to think about as we drive this conversation forward. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very progressive morning. The scene has been set from the initial conversation we had with PS and the rest of the distinguished panel in the morning. I think we've set scene for what we are hoping to achieve. When we come back in the afternoon, we'll be deep diving into more specific conversations. And one of the first ones we'll be looking at the growth sectors and investment opportunities in Zambia. And we're hoping to be able to have the Zambia Development Agency coming through and joining us for that conversation. We would then be also looking at franchising and business expansion opportunities between the diaspora and the local entrepreneurs. We will build further on that to have a conversation on securing investment and funding opportunities, which I think a number of us are interested in, given some of the comments and questions that came through earlier on in the panel discussion. And to wrap up the day, we will then also be able to look at a critical aspect to all of this, which focuses on technology and innovation, a subject that cannot go without mention in a discussion like this. So how does technology and innovation influence business growth, and where are the opportunities around that as well? Of course, you could already see from the conversation now, some of our sponsors and partners like Zambia Telecommunications Company are already interested in how they could, partner from a technological point of view with the diaspora desk to ensure optimization of the, web portal that has been established. So there is already that conversation going on around technology and innovation. That's how our afternoon looks like. But I know that we have had a very long morning, so we will break off for lunch now. And I believe that at this point, everybody has had their meal coupon distributed to them. Please just confirm with me that you have your meal coupon. Am I correct? Perfect. All right, so lunch will be served in the Amalila restaurant, which is, so we'll have to go all the way out to the restaurant area. There is the first restaurant, the Amalila restaurant will be the second one, but I'm sure there'll be some people to guide us there as well. It's a 1-hour lunch break. We hope to have you back here at exactly 13:30, 1:30, and then we'll begin the next afternoon conversations based on those topics that I had emphasized. Once again, I sincerely thank you for your engagement and proactive listening and participation this morning. Could I request that you give yourselves a round of applause for very fruitful deliberations, and wish you pleasant lunch, bon appetit, and we will see you at 13:30 for the afternoon sessions. Thank you so much. Just a quick announcement for colleagues that are coming from media houses. Please see Mr. Jack Chongolo outside for some guidance around the engagement with the Honorable Minister tomorrow, I believe, in tomorrow's session, when the Honorable Minister does come through. I'm sure there's some guidance that needs to be given to the media houses. So please, if you're from the media houses, just see Mr. Chongola outside, and he will be able to guide you on those details. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing shortly, but remember, as you get settled, to still take your photo using any of the backdrops with the official IBEX brand. Post it, tag ZDCC or the Zambia Diaspora Chamber of Commerce, and the hashtag is IBEX 2025 Zambia. Make sure you have a photo with the background IBEX. Post it on our socials, let others know what's happening. And in a few minutes, we will be getting ready to start with the afternoon sessions. And do remember that there is a prize to these photos. So it'll be good for you to be able to participate and be part of the story.
I am founder, owner of Allied Cleaning Services.
All right, so while we wrap up with the photo sessions, may I request everybody that is outside to please come in so that we may begin the afternoon sessions. While the people inside are still taking photos, may I kindly request everyone that is outside that needs to be inside the building to please come through as we begin the afternoon session. All right. I now invite everybody to please be settled so that we get ready for commencement. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you. Let me try that again now that Mr. Musano has led the way. Good afternoon. All right. Hope your lunch was enjoyable and welcome back to the afternoon session. We have been through the morning session and done quite a lot in that regard, but the afternoon session will take us through a number of very interesting and topical conversations and discussions. And at this point, I am really hopeful that we will spend the afternoon maximizing our time to really engage in actual discussions, the subjects that we need to be discussing around the essence and the reason why we're here for the next 2 days. But to set the scene as we begin this afternoon, we are going to go through a presentation, very short presentation, basically looking at the subject of franchising for business. So franchising for business as one of the topical issues that we will be considering this afternoon. And we have Madam Kathy Peterson, who is the founder of Allied Cleaning Services based in the US, just speaking a little bit around that and setting a context for us in terms of how we can leverage and maximize franchising as part of business opportunities and growth opportunities for our businesses. And then building on that video presentation, we'll then have a conversation and a discussion around that. So please pay attention to what will be presented, very short, but then that will then be the precursor that we'll use to build our discussion moving on. Then, of course, like I highlighted before lunch, we have a series of other presentations from some of our stakeholders that are here with us, such as the Zambia Development Agency, and also some of our investors that have traveled all the way to be here with us, who will be coming through to make presentations. But for now, without further ado, I invite you to turn to the screen as we listen to this short presentation. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Kathy Patterson, and I am founder, owner of Allied Cleaning Services. We have been in business for over 18 years, and we specialize in construction site cleaning as well as commercial janitorial services. I'd like to bring Allied Cleaning Services to Zambia to boost the economy there. I would like to get into franchising as well as other investments that we'll talk about later. And I believe this can generate more jobs. More jobs generate more money generates happy people, more happy people generate a happier world. And this is my goal to do. I want to give back to the community. My roots are there in Africa, would like to move back home, and I want to give to my community and my home. My contact information, again, my name is Kathy Patterson. My phone number is 816-309-9096. Our website is www.alliedcleaningkc.com, and my email is alliedcleaningkc@gmail.com. And if you want to reach out to anyone on the Chamber of Commerce, please do so as well. So if I may tell you a little bit about Allied Cleaning Services. So again, I started myself 18 years ago. I had a home and just 2 customers. And with that customer, one of them was painting on construction sites, and he saw my talent. And from there, I just started growing and growing and growing. And now I am MBE WBE participant for City of Kansas City and State of Missouri. And so we travel all over the United States. And so I just want to level up and take it a step further. And we are traveling and wanting to start global. And so if I can help in any way to bring and invest and just to help Zambia to be a better place, it's going to attract tourists and just a lot of benefits from this. So again, I thank you for your time. Please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me or the Chamber of Commerce. And I thank you for your time. Have an amazing day. Thank you.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the conversation becomes practical. The essence of this conference is for us to be able to practically build networks, build connections, business matching, business growth opportunities, and of course, one of those is around franchising. And what Ms. Kathy Peterson has just done is to be able to open us up to that direction that we want to begin to move to now, categorically being able to share with us her business, what she does, the Allied Cleaning Services that she started 18 years ago. An open invitation for that possibility of partnership through a model of franchise. We have other investors that are in our media. Been one of those that would have probably traveled and been here physically, but she couldn't, and hence maximization of the presentation through means of that video presentation. But we'll have some of the other investors that are here that will be speaking to us directly. But we want to start from that point. There's an invitation there for us to be able to explore that opportunity for franchising. But what I want us to do now is to go into a bit of a discussion just to be able to understand, first of all, to be able to bring everybody up to speed in the room around what is this franchising model that we're talking about, without taking it for granted that we all understand exactly what it is. So what is this franchising model that we're talking about? But also importantly, is it a model that is workable in Zambia? All right, so two fundamental questions there. What is franchising model? But secondly, is it a model that we think is workable in Zambia? The floor is open. Let me invite for some responses to those two questions, comments as well. Anyone who wants to give it a go, we'll start from there.
Thank you, moderator. To everyone else, hello. I hope you had a nice lunchtime. My name is Christopher Chilongo. I stand here as co-founder of Nemchem Investments, #1 cleaning company in Zambia. Founded 1993. I left Zambia and went to Botswana. And I was marketing manager for Kalamazoo in Botswana. I met Zep Botswana. We have a leading hygiene company in Botswana. And asked me, are you ready to go back to your country, Zambia? We had just opened up our country to plural politics. We had gone into multi politics. The economy was opened up. Frederick Chiluba, by then, may he so rest in peace, was president of Zambia. So I came back to Zambia, cut down my contract in Botswana, back with my family. My wife was expecting highly there. And we arrived in Zambia. We did some homework, and we found that there was an opportunity for cleaning, raising the hygiene standards in Zambia. And at the time, there was only one which was doing very well. To cut the story short, we got an investment license in 1993 as Nemchem Investments. Okay, we were going to manufacture pneumatic machines for polishing, for vacuuming, etc., for industrial cleaning, for household cleaning. We had some land somewhere in the garden where we're going to put up a plant to manufacture cleaning chemicals in this country. So I'm founder of that company. Today, Nemchem, as international as this renamed itself, is #1 hygiene company in this country. I'm co-founder of Nemchem. So, to what has been presented, I suppose that is allied cleaning services, and we're talking franchising. In franchising, you want to take some technology from the principal company. They're going to give you support in technology. For us, we'd gotten an engagement with the Pneumatic of England, the ones who distribute the pneumatic machines in Zambia. We got that understanding. I said, we're going to represent you in Zambia. We're going to represent you in Zambia. And they backed us up with training, equipment, and spares, and everything else. So it talks about franchising. Franchising, giving you the technological support. Franchising, giving you the marketing support. Franchising, taking you to the market to grow your market and grow your business. So what is it in there? It's about having a big brother behind you, and you're in front in your market, and see how that franchise works. Okay, so now we've seen a proliferation of so many cleaning companies. Why? We led the revolution as Nemchem in Zambia for the cleaning sector. Okay? Now, what's special about franchising is you want to take advantage of the technology and the marketing prowess of that principal company. And exactly, it helps us if you are a developing country like Zambia. You may not compete, especially now that we are going to the African Free Trade Area, where the markets are going to be opened up. And if we are not ready, the others will take our position. So franchising helps you to enter the market very quickly, being supported in that respect. What is important, keep your equity in your company. If you formed it, it's an understanding that they'll support you with that. You can have an understanding to say you share the revenue out of what you're doing. So let's look at franchising as a model for the smaller companies in Zambia, for Zambia to grow in other sectors as well. We've seen a lot of franchising in Zambia right now, which is going on into the food sector. You've seen how the food outlets are going with the pizzas and debonairs and everybody else. It's about franchising. You've seen in the oil marketing, it's franchising. So it's a good model. I want to end by saying we put a model in the market. Nemchem Investments, it's a successful business model out of franchising. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much for that and very, of course, practical case in point of NEMChem and the success of a franchising model that has been able to successfully establish. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that very, very valuable intervention. So the scene has been set. Let's continue the conversation. What do we think about franchising models from a Zambian perspective? Are they workable models? What should people be aware of? What should we be paying attention to? What should we be taking into consideration when we deal with franchising models? Yes, sir. I'll take Mr. Bonner there.
Thank you very much. My name is Bona Kashinga, Landsworth Group Managing Director. I think with the direction that government is taking on local content regulations, I think for the mining sector where I play a lot in, franchising models, I think have to be a play in between two things. The possibility that the franchise holders who may be, foreign, coming in with the technology and the local players having a stake in for sweat equity, for also market intelligence, knowing the terrain, and then also the possibility of any issues that are playing around, the infrastructure that needs to be built for the franchise to be rolled across the country. So for me, those would be reasonable, negotiating, tables. The Zambian will be able to bring the infrastructure on which the franchise will be rolled out, should be able to bring the marketing intelligence on which, the product will be able to be provided. If the franchisor doesn't want to enter the Zambian market on that particular basis, absolutely. Of course, then it goes down to, for example, the example of NEMChem. You are a specialist in that particular area, and by all means, you can actually be able to carry it, provide the intellectual, capacity to be able to roll it out to service the clients. But I think usually a bit of, those capacity issues. If you're in the mining sector, original equipment manufacture items can be very complex, items to be able to enter into, whether these are big machines that you need to be able to deliver to the mines and maintain. And so you want somebody like a Liba to still be with you in the country and to be able to provide the technical assistance whilst you are growing your capacity. So something in those lanes. Perhaps with time, you actually even pick up on the technical side of things. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Another round of applause to Mr. Bonner for that intervention. What we are getting is the emphasis on the fact that for franchising, we must be looking at a win-win situation. We need to be able to consider all those factors in terms of what is the franchise bringing to the table around, of course, issues of technical assistance, technology, and other aspects of capacity building, leveraging their marketing model and so on and so forth, but also bearing in mind that the local business would also have its local intelligence of the market and an understanding of the market, as it were. So it must essentially be a win-win situation. All right, let's take a few more comments or interventions around franchising. I need to see new hands as well. I've noticed that there's the same people speaking in the room today. Remember, this is the business networking meeting. So you can't be in a business meeting and be quiet if you came to network. So I need to see new hands as well. If I may, before I go to the only hand in the room. Yes, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I think you remember SPA. SPA was a franchise in Zambia, but now it is... they have left the country. But you see, with franchising, one other thing you buy is the name. SPA is a big name in South Africa, and SPA is a big name in other countries. Even here in Zambia, it was once a big name. But to create a name, I'll tell you, it's costly. I've been there myself, and it's costly just to create a name. The name you see, ShopRite, to be created as it is, it has taken 100 years or many, many years. You understand? So, one other thing that franchise brings is the name. And if you buy a franchise, you bear that name. So if everyone sees, oh, Debonairs, it's the Debonairs in South Africa, they always want to come there. So you carry the name along with you. Okay, maybe I create something, Wembia pizza. Who knows about it? Nobody. You won't probably even come to my shop. But Debonairs, definitely everybody will be working there because they have tested Debonairs product. They know the name. So in franchise, when you buy a franchise, you are buying the name as well. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause to that comment. There should be a comment at the back. Okay. May I add to the appeal for new people to comment and just say that ladies are allowed to talk as well? And somebody to redeem the ladies there. Thank you so much, madam.
Is good, except one thing that I've observed in Zambia is that, for example, if you have a name under ShopRite, and then looking at how ShopRite has been built as a business through the years, it is very difficult for you as an individual to come up with the exact replica of how ShopRite is. For example, there are eating places now that are under franchising. Then when you go to Ndola, to this place, you eat chips and chicken. You are able to tell the difference with the chips and chicken that you are able to buy from the same place in Kamwala. So franchising is good, except for us to get to the standard where the main business is supposed to be. That's where the challenge is. Thank you.
All right. I'll come back to you, sir. Let me take Fidelis on that table here, and then I'll come back to...
Thank you. I think my point connects to the ladies. Yes, what I've noticed about franchising, I think the pioneers of this process should have been McDonald's back in the days, in I think 1960s, the 70s and the like. Then they pushed that all the way globally and whatnot. And I think the biggest challenge they had was quality assurance. And that's what franchising provides. If you buy a franchise, it also means you also buy the quality of the product such that the same thing the gentleman said here, the same product that you have here has the same exact quality as the product that you would have in the US, in the UK, South Africa. And so there's quality assurance with franchising as much as there is brand awareness with it. Yes, thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. A round of applause. We can take the next comment.
Thank you again, Christopher. The previous speakers are correct, 100%. It's how we rise to the occasion to maintain the standards. And in that understanding, the principals always look at you and how you're measuring up with the standards, the indicators. Right from your cleanliness, if you're in the food, to the same point my lady has said, you can't have the same taste of Debonairs here in Quito, Mfrira, and so on. Yes, indeed. And that's why the challenge is for all of us to maintain the standards, to be seen to live to the agreement you've signed up, to represent, and to stand by that now. Moderator, I stood here, and I want Zambia Development Agency to help me here. The name ShopRite is coming, ShopRite is coming. I want to remind these Zambians here. And I'm saying, and for Zambia Development Agency, please help me. When the chain store like ShopRite arrived, the ultimate was the subsequent shops were going to be franchised to Zambians. That's how the agreement sits at Zambia Development Agency. At this point in the development of ShopRite, I think if I'm not mistaken, again, help me, Zambia Development Agency. The only one franchise is a shop in Chilenge. Now, we've seen ShopRite growing, going to the compounds, ShopRite, Kalingalinga. Where are we as Zambians to go back to that agreement, which is sitting at Zambia Development Agency, which says in the longest run, ShopRite was going to franchise. Meaning if you have infrastructure of a shop in Kalingalinga, they will come and support you and back you up with their name as ShopRite, with your product range, with all the standards, with everything, procurement and marketing, everything, they will support you. My challenge to this meeting, where are we? If you have a shop, go to Zambia Development Agency, engage ShopRite Zambia to say, we think we can be in Chalala, and we have space there, and support us in a franchise. Zambians, where are we? Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Christopher. I'm not sure if the colleagues from the Zambia Development Agency would like to respond to that, but whilst you get ready, I'll take one comment from this table here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Fraser is my name. I represent a company called Mega Energy. We are in renewable energy. When you talk about franchising, I think one of the key factors that we need to look at is your service, your product. Is it sellable? The people in franchise, they are like a producer in music. It's not every song, isn't it, Chimanyas? It's not every song. They will have to listen to the song and see if this song will be sellable. So as we want to go into franchising, we should make sure that the product or the service that we intend to offer is of high quality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fraser. And your comment actually gives us some food for thought as well, because I think that one of the things that we are already doing in this conversation is speaking around the franchising from the other side coming in. But I think we also need to begin to think about how can we build, if I could use this word, franchisable businesses that are grown from within the country. And then it also speaks to the issues of quality. It speaks to the issues of, the systems and the structures and the standards that you've set for yourselves. So there is an opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. I need to bring this conversation to a close because ZDA will be coming just now to make a presentation to us and probably also respond to the comment that was raised earlier on. But I think what we are getting in this room is an agreement that there is a lot of opportunity within franchising that we need to explore and of course understand the dynamics around that. And remember where we came from. Madam Kathy Peterson is running a company that has already offered an open invitation for us to explore franchising opportunity with her company. And so it is up to us in the room to begin to explore that. The contact details have been shared, but also we can engage further on this through the Zambia Diaspora Chamber of Commerce to be able to see how do we tap in to opportunities such as the one that has been offered, one of many other opportunities that has been offered around franchising and elsewhere. So we'll leave this conversation on franchising here at this point, but something that we need to continuously keep exploring during the rest of our conference and discussions. Without further ado, at this point, I will now turn your attention to our next presentation, which will be coming from one of the key stakeholders that holds a very valuable voice in the equation of the various discussions that we're having here in this conference. And this is none other than the Zambia Development Agency. And I think since morning, you have heard several mentions and reference to the Zambia Development Agency. And so we now want to have an opportunity to be able to listen to the ZDA team to be able to share with us, of course, their mandate and just highlight some of the things that they're doing, but more importantly, provides some very insightful information within the context of this conference. I have the pleasure of inviting to the podium Madam Petronella Ndimbwa, who is going to come and run us through the presentation. A round of applause to her as she comes to take us through the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Petronella Ndimbwa, and I will be representing the Director General of the Zambia Development Agency. Currently, I am acting Assistant Director of Investment Promotion. So our Director General will be able to join you tomorrow. He would have been happy to be here, but unfortunately, he's just come back into the country and he has a backlog of meetings that have just rushed into his office, so he couldn't be here to make the presentation today. So I'm going to take you through, it's quite a long presentation. It has a lot of slides, so I will be skipping some of them, because if I stay, it will be very long. It has literally 40 slides. So I'll really just run through so that I give you an interesting view of what we do as ZDA and the kind of opportunities that you would be able to identify as a Zambian trying to do business in Zambia, or as a diasporan from any other country trying to do business in Zambia. Unfortunately, I don't have a pointer, so I have to go through the yeah. So basically, as Zambia, we are ranked quite well in terms of our economic performance. As at 2024, the Fraser report reported us to be the third in terms of attractiveness for investment. And the World Bank in 2021 reported us to be the fourth for ease of doing business. And as we all know, we are the second largest producer of copper in Africa. And of course, we are ninth in the world. For a long time, we were eighth, and now we are ninth. And we are one of the fastest growing economies in the SADC region. The SADC region is the Southern Africa Development Community. It's comprised of 16 countries, and all of these are part of Zambia's market. So apart from that, we also have quite a high literacy rate, which was ranked at 88%. And then we have a median age of 17. So meaning that from the entire population of Zambia, your average Zambian will be at least 17 years old. So you have an employable population, very young and upcoming. And then, of course, one of our prides is that we are a democratic nation. And that sets us apart because it means that you are guaranteed of stability and peace. So if you invest in Zambia, you are assured that there is no abrupt change of government, and there is no abrupt threat to your investment. So if you listen to the news, you hear about countries where you wake up in the morning and then there's a coup d'etat. And when there's such a thing, most business people tend to have a fear of their businesses being taken over. However, here in Zambia, we have a conducive business environment. This business environment, of course, we take pride in our good leadership. The good leadership that we have offers you that assurance of security of your business or security of your investment. And of course, we have private sector driven policies, amongst which some of the good tax policies that promote growth. I will run you through some of them. And then, of course, I've already talked about political stability and peace and the harmony that we maintain with our neighboring countries, which reassures you of a large market for all of your produce, whether it's locally or within the region. And of course, we would also boast of the fact that when you've invested in Zambia, you are actually able to repatriate most of your profits. I've already spoken to the labor force. It's youthful, but we have a very good labor force, and we have various skills available, and we also have a trainable population.
I've spoken to the favorable tax regime, so I will now just speak to the market. So if you're from, for example, Nigeria, you look at a country like Zambia, what you see is a country of 20 million people versus countries with huge markets like Nigeria, 200 million people, and you'll be wondering, how do I then invest in a market like this one? Zambia, I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, is a land-linked country. We've for a long time been called landlocked, but we are land-linked. We are linked to 8 neighbors plus 1, which we call the 8+1, which is literally 9 neighbors. But when we switch it up, we are part of the Southern Africa Development Community, which is the SADC. It offers you a market of about 600 million people. And then in addition to that, we are also part of the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, which stretches all the way from the southern tip of Africa up until the north, which is Egypt and Libya. It offers you a market of 26 African countries. So you have a very wide market when you have invested in Zambia. And some of our largest destinations for produce that is produced right within Zambia are actually the regional markets. So our biggest markets being the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, as well as South Africa. So what type of services does ZDA offer? So basically, for those that are not aware of what the Zambia Development Agency is, the Zambia Development Agency is an institution of government. It is established under an Act of Parliament. So this would be Act number 18 of 2022. And it's supported by the Investment, Trade and Business Development Act, which spells out the mandate of the agency. So what literally the agency is set out to do is to help you facilitate your investment as you come to establish in the country. As you come to set up, your first point of call, of course, will be PACRA. You will register your business at PACRA, and then you will come to the Zambia Development Agency. We offer you what we call an investment certificate of registration, which helps you to get secondary licenses in so many other sectors, as well as other opportunities. Like, for example, if you invest $10 million, we'll offer you an investment protection agreement. If you invest in a priority sector, we'll be able to offer you investment incentives. So quickly, I will just run you through some of the key sectors that we are promoting at the moment for investment. So the first key sector that I will talk about is agriculture. So Zambia Development Agency, in promoting investment, promotes agriculture investment, meaning that we have set aside land as a government, which is part of that 42 million hectares of arable land that you are seeing. So some of that, amounting to about 10,000 hectares in each province, is set aside for farm blocks. These are special economic zones in which you can invest as an agricultural person. You'll be able to get 5,000 hectares or more. And then with that comes investment incentives for establishing in this investment block. So why invest in Zambia's agriculture? So when you've invested in these farm blocks, you'll be able to be part of that 1 million hectares that is earmarked for agricultural development in Zambia. And you will be able to benefit from 10% income tax on farming profits. So all the profits that you will make will be able to benefit, you'll be able to get a 10% income tax benefit from that, as well as 0 tax dividends from farming profits for the first 5 years of your operation. And you will also be able to get 0 rating of taxable agricultural products and supplies. And in addition to that, there are other tax incentives that do not sit in the ZDA Act or in the ITBD Act, which sit with the ZRA, and they allow you to bring in your agricultural equipment duty-free. So some of the key areas of opportunity in the agricultural sector include wheat. So our current wheat production is at about 230,000 metric tons. And as a country, local demand is north of 500,000 metric tons. So already you see that gap, which provides opportunity for investment. And some of the farm blocks that we are marketing would be ideal for you to produce products such as wheat. And one of the largest products that we export as Zambia, which is also our largest area of agricultural opportunity, is the area of maize. So currently our average production is around 2.7 million metric tons, and local demand is 3 million metric tons. So already there's a gap, but as I have mentioned, we have exponential growth in this particular sector. We have seen this growth rising because we have high levels of investment in production of maize products such as Milli Meal, and there are companies such as Trade Kings which are now producing products like cornflakes. We have companies which are producing stock feed, and we are also producing maize for, apart from consumption, we're also producing maize seed. So there is a huge market for all of these maize products within the region. So you find that this particular sector is a very attractive one. And also, it attracts 0% tax on profits from the production of cornstarch. And it has 0% withholding tax on dividends declared from profits made from local sales of cornstarch. Of course, you will notice that this is up to 2033. This is supposed to be able to promote growth in production of these value-added maize products within the country. So, of course, I already alluded to the fact that the country is producing a lot of soybean, a lot of stock feed. So that's why you see that soybean is also a very huge opportunity area for Zambia. And of course, you will also see that there's a huge gap in terms of production and consumption, but there is a huge market within the region. There's demand for these products in the regional market, particularly in the SADC region. So I'll quickly take you into one of the most exciting areas that we have right now. So one of the most exciting areas that we have right now, apart from the ones that you see listed, is the area of energy. So currently, Zambia has a huge energy deficit. And apart from just Zambia alone, this energy problem is not unique to Zambia. It cuts across the entire SADC region. And it's expected to grow by 3.6% each year by 2030. And we expect that by that time, we'll be able to increase our contribution as a country to the Southern Africa power pool. So, please go to slide 20. So, if you see our current contribution, so you find this is a summary of the electricity in the Southern Africa power pool. So you find that the biggest consumer of electricity is South Africa, which is currently in deficit. And then we also have countries like Namibia, Zimbabwe, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Botswana. So this is showing you how much market Zambia has. So much as we have load shedding, we are promoting investment into the energy sector because we would like to take advantage of this huge market that we have within the region. So some of the projects that we have profiled as ZDA in the area of energy where you can invest. So some of these are hydropower projects, as you can see. we have the Lufubu Power Project, which is currently requiring an investment amount of $745 million. The hydropower plant is set to generate at least 163 megawatts and supply 132 kilowatts transmission lines. And then we also have a project at the Ngonye Falls, which requires an investment amount of 625. Sorry, my eyesight is a bit bad. I need to look. $625 million. So if you look at such projects as a diasporan community, I was listening when people were talking about where people can invest, franchising, and all of those. But when you have a source of income or a source of funding as a diasporan, these are some of the opportunities that you are looking at. So we have a deal book as the Zambia Development Agency. We also have a portal which we can share with you. We'll be able to share the link with you. I think there's a QR in this presentation which you can scan, which lists a lot of these projects in so many different sectors which are available for funding. So some of them are open for equity financing. Some of them are available for PPP projects. So you can come and approach us, and then we'll have a detailed discussion with you on how you can actually participate in the development of these projects that we are talking about. So, like I said, again, we have compelling incentives which will be beneficial to you as an investor. So you'll be able to, of course, import your equipment into the country duty-free. And then you will also have accelerated depreciation on the equipment that you would have imported, as well as 0% and 0% duty and 0% VAT on selected components if you are setting up a mini solar power generation or system or grid, and especially if you are feeding into the national grid. So of course we have an accessible landscape for setting up your solar or wind power projects, and we also have huge government support. So you can see from the policy pronouncements that have been made time and time again that government is supporting this sector quite highly. We are not looking at it as the problem that is facing us right now. It's the elephant in the room, but we are looking at it as an opportunity for investment, for diversification from hydro. So of course, we also have investment incentives in mining, which cannot be overemphasized. So for mining, we have huge opportunities in terms of our critical minerals. Of course, we'll talk about copper and cobalt, but the critical minerals, the cobalts, the lithiums, particularly for the possibility of setting up electric vehicle battery plants. So again, you can come and see us at ZDA, and we'll be able to give you full detail on what these particular projects look like and how much would be required for you to invest. So to avoid sounding like, okay, so I already spoke about, yes, so we're also promoting the circular economy. So basically we are also promoting a lot of waste to energy projects, a lot of recycling projects, and we have a number of projects that have been profiled. So some of you in here may have, for example, a project that you may be interested in, which is already running and already owned by somebody, and you would like to maybe be an equity partner in that project. You can come and see us, and we'll be able to provide you with that information. Please, next, please. Yes, I already spoke about the opportunities for EVB and, of course, opportunities for exploration. So ZDA is also able to support you as you run through the whole investment process. So I'll briefly touch on opportunities to do with real estate. Forgive the typo in there. I think there's a one missing on the population of Zambia in 2014. So the population of Zambia in 2014 was around 16 or 17 million. But now we are 10 years down the line, we are at about 22 million. So you can see that we are growing as a country. So that has not been growing at the same rate as our real estate. So it provides, again, an opportunity. So we have a national housing deficit, which gives you an opportunity to come into the area of construction. So for ZDA, we offer you the certificate of registration that you will get from the ZDA is going to be able to offer you an opportunity to have incentives to invest in construction in specific sectors. So for example, if you want to construct in the tourism sector, you'll be able to get incentives for that particular construction project. If you want to construct real estate, for example, in education or health, you will also be able to get incentives for that particular construction project, meaning that you'll be able to bring in equipment to help you with the construction, and you will also be able to bring in much needed inputs. So some of the real estate opportunities, I'm sorry, my eyes are quite bad, I didn't realize. Some of the real estate opportunities, as you can see, 2.5 million housing units with an annual delivery rate of 73,000, meaning that we have a huge deficit in terms of how much housing we have. So you find that there's need for modern housing rather than what we have currently at the moment, especially in urban areas such as Lusaka. But there is also need for development of schools, hospitals, and public infrastructure, as well as development of business parks, hotels, and international convention facilities. So I've already spoken to the fact that when you register with ZDA as an investor, you'll be able to get incentives which help you to stabilize and establish yourself. So in addition to all of that I have already spoken about, I would be able to also drive your attention to some of the major infrastructure projects that are going on, which offer you an opportunity. Some of them include the Lobito Corridor project, where there is a PPP project for the construction of a road and a railway. So once that is done, there will be opportunity to put up infrastructure along that corridor. The Lobito Corridor is located between Chingola and Lobito in Angola. So it goes into the DRC and then into Angola. So that part is really mostly known for the copper that we produce in the Copperbelt province and in the Northwestern province. However, as I've alluded to the housing deficit, the infrastructure deficit, there's an opportunity for construction of all of these types of facilities, education facilities, health facilities, real estate, like housing in that particular area. So it offers you an opportunity to do that, including construction of projects such as grain storage facilities, and even processing facilities, which should be able to supply you into one of our largest markets right now, which is the Angolan market. As you all may well know, Angola is a largely import-dependent economy, which is looking forward to this road network opening so that most of the produce from Zambia can actually be able to access that particular market. In addition to that, there are opportunities to upgrade the Livingstone-Lusaka Road to dual carriageway. And apart from just being part of that particular project, you would also, like I said, be able to construct other projects alongside this particular project. Can we skip? So in terms of transport and logistics, so there is a huge demand for transport and logistics. We are a largely copper producing country, meaning that we have there's a heavy load that's passing on the road network at the moment. So apart from the opportunity to have that 3 million metric tons of copper freighted on the road, there is also an opportunity in the railway. So there's opportunity not just for construction of roads and railways, but also in terms of opening transport and logistics hubs. So you also have an opportunity, for example, to open a dry port. So if you open a dry port, then you're able to actually participate in this transportation and movement of all of these commodities that are being spoken about, so that you are able to abate the infrastructure challenges that we have as a country. I've already spoken about the Lobito corridor, and yeah. So how accessible is Zambia? I'm sure most of you who are in here and are diasporans have realized that Zambia has recently upgraded its airport infrastructure. So again, that is an opportunity for further investment. So the aim is to make the country a regional hub, as well as a hub for tourism. So as a regional hub for transportation, for air transport, you'll be able to access so many other airports within the region via the Zambian airports, the newly built Zambian airports. But then there's also an opportunity for air freight of produce from Zambia. So when you see an airport, you're not just looking at the airport infrastructure itself. There is also an opportunity for air freight of produce from Zambia, for example, fresh produce, like fresh fruits and vegetables, which can be air freighted from Zambia. And like I said, also an opportunity for expansion of tourism. So as we've spoken about accessibility, some of the airlines that are currently coming into Zambia as listed, we have Emirates coming into Zambia, Qatar, Turkish Airlines, and then we also have the newly established Zambia Airways, which has now recently expanded into regional markets such as East Africa. We have Air Tanzania, Rwanda Air, and of course we have ProFlight, which also goes into South Africa and has recently launched a cargo line from Lusaka to Johannesburg. So for those of you in the diaspora who wish to run, for example, a business that is air freighting produce from Zambia to whatever destination you want it to take to go in the world, the airport expansion offers you that opportunity. At this point, I will just conclude by asking you to take note of our contact details. As the Zambia Development Agency, we are here to help you set up your business. We are here to help you run through so many opportunities that we have. I have very quickly rushed through the presentation because it's long, it's 40 slides. I was trying to cut it. But that does not limit your level of engagement with us. You are free to engage us and find out more detail about all of these projects that I've been speaking about. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So there you have it, the Zambia Development Agency giving us a perspective into their mandate, their focus of work, but also the atmosphere for investment in Zambia and where the growth sectors are, where the opportunities lie, and where the priorities essentially lie as well. Thank you so much, Madam Petronella Ndimbwa, for that presentation. I'll now invite the House to engage with Petronella just to be able to make comments, questions, or contributions to the presentation based on what has been highlighted so far. Please feel free to indicate to me by show of hands if you'd like to make an intervention.
Good afternoon. I'm happy that Your presentation is really giving encouragement to the diaspora to come through Zambia and make investment. But then my concern also is on the indigenous people, the small scale business personnel who are here and who are out there. I'm looking at the key opportunities for investment in Zambia, which I agree with you that indeed it's wide beyond what we can explain. Now, my concern is, for instance, we have a lot of minerals in Zambia where many of us here would have loved to have an opportunity to invest in even small scale mining. I say so because I tried it one time where I felt and I saw potential on the land that I have in Rufunsa, where you are, or you can agree with me that there are a lot of minerals there. And I tried to apply for artisanal licenses. And I tried to use every possible means to follow what I was told to take to where I was supposed to take so that I could be considered for that. But unfortunately, you find that most of our land has already been taken by big business personnel or big businesses where they get the land maybe for 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, is like an exploration license. And you, on your small land, for example, maybe 6 hectares or 8 hectares, whatever you can call it for a small scale mining, you will be rejected. And then even if you try to engage that person who has an exploration license, so that maybe just on that small land, especially as a woman, there's no proper support. You will take letters there, you will take whatever is needed until you just give up. So for me, I feel that more should be done to support the indigenous people so that we can partner with the diaspora, especially if we've now the needed documents.
All right, thank you so much. I'll take one more comment, then we can allow Petronella to respond and then do another set.
Good afternoon. I'm Lucy Ngoma from Gloria Suppliers. I just want to add to what Ma'am has said. As a small business person, and a woman for that matter, based locally, how possible is it that I'll be able to benefit from the farming blocks that you've just talked about? Because most of the times, the people that are considered are those that are big-time business people. And for us small business people, it is very difficult to have such access, even as you have presented it very well. But the possibility of me having access to those farming blocks that you've talked about, I feel it's practically impossible. So I don't know what you're doing in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to first begin by asking if both of you have ever tried to engage the ZDA? Regarding your specific issues?
In the first place, I can say no. What I did was to go to the Ministry of Mines and I asked what I needed to do in order for me to have that as zonal license. And I was told to say, in fact, if you can do better, you just form a cooperative and also bring this and that document. And I did everything, but still it was rejected. Before you take away the mic, I just want to add also on the issue of agriculture. You agree with me that most of us here, we have big lands, where arable lands for that matter, where we can do our agriculture, but maybe the hindrance is a sustainable energy source, which can, in terms of solar, which can help us to go into crop farming and other kinds of farming, so that we can have food security, not only for our families, but also for the Zambian community and beyond. So with that also, I feel that apart from just talking about those blocks that can only involve big business people, the diaspora, which is very good, but also on our own land, if we can be given, for example, financial muscle to deliberately have boreholes in nearly every community, boreholes in nearly every community. And on top of that, we are supported with solar system where we can do our own crop farming. I think we can do great. Some of us have gone into partnership with people that we don't know. You go to somebody's farm because maybe you don't have that capacity to have your own boreholes. You go and do farming with somebody at her or his farm. Later on, they even change mind when you have done a bit of investment because you don't have enough to do for your own. So I feel people who have that zeal to do agriculture in terms of, for example, of crop farming, maybe if we can be supported to have water in terms of bores and the solar.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I will respond to your first question and your last question with one answer. I'll begin by saying that the Zambia Development Agency, like I mentioned, has a mandate to provide business development services to what we call growth-oriented businesses. So previously, when we were using the old ZDA Act, we were mandated to support micro, small, and medium enterprises. But now we have more or less graduated to offering the business development services to institutions that are on the growth path, meaning you must show some kind of growth trajectory. So that said, I would like to encourage you to come through to the ZDA and see the profile of services that we offer, because we have a number of services that we offer for business development support. And across the room, a quick scan across the room shows me some people who've benefited from some of those services that we offer. So we offer trainings, we handhold you through certain processes. We also offer you linkages, including market linkages, business linkages. We host big forums. Like, for example, in July this year, we are going to be having the inaugural Invest in Zambia International Conference, which will be a huge networking platform. So we are going to expect all of you to be part of that so that you are able to actually network and actually even benefit from most of these services that we offer as ZDA. So these services that we offer you are for free. So please do not shy away. It's a government initiative to support you. I must assure you that if you had come to ZDA, you will find that we have a huge network of small-scale artisanal miners, and the majority of those are women. And the majority of those have been taken through training, and they have also been able to be assisted with accessing secondary licenses. If you heard me mention in my presentation, when you've registered with ZDA, one of the services that we help you with is accessing secondary licenses that you may find challenging to access, whether you are small or large. So you can come through and we'll be able to help you with that process. And then when it comes to the issue of farm blocks, so with the farm blocks, the model is to have, let me give you the example of a shopping mall. So you have a huge shopping mall like Manda Hill opening up, the construction will happen and everything. And then somebody will put up what is called an anchor store. So that anchor store is what is supposed to be drawing all the customers in. So the farm block model is such that there should be an anchor farmer. And apart from that anchor farmer, there should be a small-scale farmer, and our target is yourself. So you as a small-scale farmer, we understand the challenges that you face, because there'll be challenges of road network, irrigation, and all of those things. So by way of locating in the farm blocks, you will be able to benefit or to ride on the anchor farmer. So then you will more or less be outgrowing on outgrowing from the anchor farmer, or more or less like contract farming, or whatever arrangement is going to happen between yourself and the anchor farmer. But otherwise, that's what the model is supposed to be. It's supposed to be able to help you, to support you, to give you what we would probably call backward and forward linkages, so that we don't just leave you hanging in the middle of a jungle. I don't know if I've answered your question. Otherwise, for you to apply for land in the farm block, that's different. I've seen Lusaka South emphasis in the building. If you want to apply for land in the multi-facility economic zone, much as you will apply for a developer's license or a license to operate in the MFES from ZDA, that land you will apply for from the multi-facility economic zone. So when it comes to the farming blocks, you will come to ZDA to apply for a license to operate in that farming block, but the Ministry of Agriculture is the one that has the jurisdiction to issue land, whether to you as an anchor farmer or to you as a small-scale farmer. So it would really be beyond my parameters to discuss issuance of land and that, but we are able to assist you with that process.
All right, thank you so much. We will take the last round of questions. I know there's one here. Let me just see by show of hands if there's any other person in the house that wants to make an intervention. All right, so we'll take the very final one and then we'll wrap it up.
Hello, good afternoon. I just want to find out what the ZDA is doing, like in terms of SMEs. So I know that you usually have international trade shows where you have SMEs to go and showcase whatever products that they make in Zambia. So I want to find out, do you have successful businesses that have grown from merely being a small scale business to being an exporter of Zambian products? Because for me, my passion is taking Zambia out there. So do you have companies that you can say you've incubated to a point that they're now able to stand on their own and they're exporters? Thank you.
That's a very interesting question. We get that quite a lot. So for those that do not know the Zambia Development Agency, you can Google it and you will find the Zambia Development Agency pop up. Otherwise, we also have a Facebook page. We also have a page on X and on LinkedIn. So on those platforms, we advertise or we publicize most of these events that we host. And I must be proud to say that we also engage with the diaspora. So as the diaspora network, please get in touch with us. So when we are in the country that you are, we'll be able to host you as well as Zambians in the Zambian pavilions that we tend to procure in these various exhibitions across the world. So what we normally do is when we've publicized these events, we'll offer a percentage of support. So usually the support goes to the extent of helping you to freight your samples to this particular exhibition, as well as to clear these samples, as well as provide you with exhibition space. I'll give you a brief example of the recently held China International Import Expo in Shanghai. So there, one small booth, a 3x3, will cost you $3,000. So an SME like yourself will find that to be a challenge. It will be a hurdle for you to cross. So Zambia will put up a country pavilion, which, if we are in luck, can even be the size of this room. So then we are able to accommodate so many other Zambians within that particular pavilion. And at that pavilion, we even had small-scale miners, the women. We had the Handicrafts Association, those who are doing so many different small things. And we also had diasporan Zambians. We have young Zambians who are buying products from Zambians and they are value adding. For example, we had one young Zambian man who makes jewelry, who was also exhibiting with us. He's a diasporan, and he always exhibits with us whenever we go to some of these shows. So those are some of the success stories that we can talk about. To bring it back home, we always undertake a trade mission into the Democratic Republic of Congo, like every year. We make it a point to at least minimum go into the Lubumbashi. because that is our biggest market. So we have a lot of women like yourself who are now supplying agricultural produce and livestock into that market. Whether they are going into the market itself with the produce or they are ending at the border is a totally different issue, obviously because of political reasons. But the fact is that they've been able to establish a market across the border. And then apart from that, we also have companies which started out small and are now exporting into the region and have become big. And now they're exporting millions of dollars. I can give you an example of a seed company. I won't mention their name lest I advertise them. But some of these are examples of companies which have come up and we have taken them through our business development services programs. And now they are taking their produce out. And now they are also running schemes where they are outgrowing and other companies are benefiting from their businesses.
All right, so Petronella, before I let you go, there's just two more comments, perhaps questions. Well, one is a comment and the other one is a question. The question is from somebody online, all the way from Namibia, and they are asking, I'm sure if this is relevant to ZDA, but you probably will provide guidance. So this is from GHMG. Those are the initials on their online sort of handle. The question is, on behalf of the Zambians in Namibia, I would like to find out what is being done about the Sesheke Road. This is an important economic route linking Zambia to Walvis Bay Port, and has been neglected. So that's a comment or a question from Namibia around the Sesheke Road. And then I'll get the final comment. So you could combine both as you wrap up and make your final remarks.
So
let me just take the next comment and then you can combine both of them.
Thank you very much. I think just to complement what ZDA is doing, great work. I think there's lots of matchmaking opportunities that ZDA has facilitated. As Landsworth, we've participated in one or two with a couple of investors in Dubai. There are players that play along some of what ZDA has talked about on a business to business lines, which those who are interested, would be happy to be able to talk about. As Landsworth, we'll be happy to provide you our market studies. We don't charge for those. We've done market studies for Lusaka, the Copper Belt. We're doing 2025 market study for the Northwest. Talking slightly about the Northwest, the Northwest presents, I think, the Lobito corridor opportunities that you mentioned. And there you will find that there are business to business opportunities where if you want some participation in value that, services the mining infrastructure in the Northwest, First Quantum, Barrick Lumwana, or any other mines, Moxkiko included, you will find players. We structure transactions that are on titled land. We also structure transactions that are on community or chiefdom lands that now the state has provided, models within which those lands actually become secure on title, but within that, business to business arrangement. So there are quite some very big projects that are beginning to take off. I think one along the Livingstone one is the Zambezi Free Economic Zone launched by the president about January. That's covering 30,000 hectares of land in the Chief Sikute and Chief Mukuni area. We are dealing with about 3 such projects, many times that size in the Lobito corridor. So we would be more than happy for us to be able to help you understand the frontier markets that are dealing with trade, with DRC, that are dealing with the mining infrastructure, both on the Zambian end, but also in the DRC, Kolwezi, and the Lubumbashi area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody wanted to clap. Please feel free and go ahead and clap.
So thank you very much for the insights from the online platform. However, I think ZDA would not be the appropriate institution to speak to when the project is going to be undertaken. Ours is to market it as an opportunity for a PPP. So that will be, when you come to ZDA, that will be one of the projects that you will be able to give you detail about. So most of these major roads that are along the transport corridors that we spoke about are being marketed for investment purposes. So we don't look at it like something that is neglected. For us, it's an opportunity for yourself to come in and invest.
All right, thank you so much. I did mention that I was taking the last comment, but Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises here, and I'll just invite them to make the very final comment, given their strategic role in this conversation.
Thank you. I want to say we are actually a child of the speaker. The mandate for micro, small, and medium enterprise now sits with Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development. Okay. I would like to say that the mandate for medium, small, micro enterprises now sits with the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Ministry. Under that mandate, that's where we deal with the small enterprises. Within this group, there are people we have incubated from nothing to something. And in fact, there's one here who does marinade and is exporting to the USA. So those people who say they don't know where to start, this is the right place to come. We do start up businesses, very small ones, micro ones, those that don't even have a kwacha on them. So when you are very small and you don't know where to begin, this is the place to come. We have so far developed a toolkit and an accounting handbook, which we are using for the very small businesses. We are currently running value chains in Chinsali and Nakonde districts, where we have done the rice and soybean value chains. And under manufacturing, we have developed some companies that are proceeding very far, and they ran from negative to positive, and now they are able to produce positively. I think my colleague will add on a little.
Thank you. So in addition to what she just mentioned, is that the ministry also has incubation programs. So we recently just ended one, which was the JICA MSME Empowerment Program, where we have some SMEs actually in our midst who have been funded seed capital worth $20,000 and will be having a tour visit to Japan. So what we are saying is most people here really don't have much information with regards to the ministry, but we are here to support your development as a Ministry of SME Development. We work on an open door policy, so you are free to come through and inquire, and especially when it comes to skills gaps, we have officers within ourselves who are trained in IYB and EYB. So even as I speak in the JICA MSME Empowerment Program, we actually exposed our MSMEs to the Kaizen training, as well as the Start and Improve Your Business programs. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our presentation for ZDA. A round of applause for Petronella as she takes her seat. Quite a lot coming out from that presentation, and I do sincerely hope that we will be able to follow up further with ZDA as they've given us that invitation to be able to engage more and see how we can tap into some of the programs and initiatives that they're implementing within their mandate. It's a hot afternoon, and I want to sincerely apologize that the aircon in the room doesn't seem to be giving us the full justice of the hotel, but they are working on it. So we're trying by all means to get them to really work on the aircon. And I know a couple of you did raise that concern. So please do note that the hotel team are working on that. But also we would like to encourage, we've been advised to keep the door closed just to be able to maximize those that are working. So please, if you go out, do make sure that you keep the door closed. May I invite that we be upstanding, as we have been sitting for quite some time, and get into some exciting things. Our next conversation will be on securing investment and funding opportunities. That's what we will be going into. But as you stand, we're going to do a quick exercise just to be able to interact and engage. So please be upstanding if you can. And we're going to do three things actually. The instructions are very simple. It will require you to walk around the room, so make sure you move away from your chair and are completely free to walk around the room. The first instruction is to walk to somebody who is wearing something that is of the closest color to what you're wearing. So walk to somebody that is wearing something of closest color to what you're wearing. The second instruction is meet them, greet them, know their name, and know what business they do or whatever they do. Find out their name and what they do. Are they an investor? Is it somebody looking to invest? Are they a government official? In 1 minute, exchange what you do. In the last 1 minute, make sure both of you have spoken. If you have cards, this is the time to exchange cards. All right, we are moving to the next instruction. Let me have your attention now. The next person you're going to meet, hello? The next person you're going to meet is somebody who is wearing the same size of shoe as you. So quickly find somebody wearing the same size of shoe as you. Meet them, get to know them, exchange business cards. You have another 1 minute or so. If you're a size 7, just go around the room saying 7, 7, and somebody will hear you. The final round. Are you ready for the final round? The final round, ladies and gentlemen, let me have your attention. End of discussion. We are switching now. The final round is you will go and find somebody who was born in the same month as you. I can see some of the discussion, some of the people are not moving. So Mr. Emmanuel and your team, you need to move. Please move. Go and find somebody who was born in the same month as you. That's your next conversation. There you have it. If you can't find the same month, find somebody who is the closest month. Once you are done with your three, please feel free to take your seats as we now get ready for the next session. You should have met somebody who is wearing a color similar to yours, somebody who has the same size of shoe as you, and somebody who was born in the same month as you or as closest to you as possible. Once you're done, feel free to take your seat so that we can now proceed to our next session. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated as we now get ready to receive our next speaker. Let me invite you to please kindly take your seats. We will continue with these conversations beyond this meeting, but I now invite you to take your seats. We are now going to be talking about securing funding. So if you're still standing and you're not seated, you'll miss out the funding. If you're still standing and not seated, you're missing out on the funding, or you're delaying us from hearing about securing funding. If your funding is delayed, blame the people that are still standing. Just look around the room. Whoever is still standing is a sign that they're delaying the funding. All right, I could see that that was a very engaging moment. People have exchanged business cards, and that's the whole idea of this conference. I hope that that continues beyond this room, to be able to really just speak and have conversations around what is possible and what can we make happen through collaboration and through partnership. So like I did indicate, we're gonna shift our conversation into the subject of securing investment and funding opportunities. And we do have some of our prospect investors. Colleagues in the media, please just lower down the sound, the volume for me. I can hear voices speaking there. All right, thank you so much. So we have, of course, some of the prospective investors that have joined us online, but those also that are here with us physically. And we now have that opportunity and privilege to be able to begin to listen to them and hear what their perspectives are, what they have been working on, and what they're looking to achieve and accomplish through potential partnerships that could be built from this conference. And at this point, I have the privilege to invite to the podium the Director for Hope Care Services based in the UK, and this is none other than Mr. William John. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. William John as he comes to take us through his presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William John. I'm the Managing Director for Hope Care Services. Part of my presentation today is going to be in form of a PowerPoint. So I'm going to get him to kind of roll it out for us.
International Business Exchange Program in Zambia.
Glad to be here.
We've got an expert from Hope Care Services joining us today. They've been helping investors just like you navigate the UK market for over 2 decades.
Yeah, it's a market that sees a
For good reason. Their guide highlights the stability of the UK market. It's seen consistent growth for over 20 years, which is a great sign. What contributes to that stability?
Well, I think it's several things, actually. Having a legal system that protects property rights, that's a big one, especially for international investors.
Makes sense.
And then, of course, the UK's got a pretty reliable economy. I mean, it has its ups and downs like every economy, but generally speaking, it's viewed as reliable.
Right.
So that makes it a bit of a safe haven, for those looking to invest their money securely. And then on top of all that, you can't forget about the high rental demand, especially in the bigger cities, with all the professionals and students coming in all the time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially for those buy-to-let investments, which are super popular over there.
Oh yeah, buy-to-let, that's a classic strategy. Imagine owning, say, a flat in Manchester city center.
Okay, yeah.
You could be looking at a 7% annual rental yield.
Wow.
Which is pretty impressive, especially when you factor in things like property appreciation on top of that.
7%, that's nothing to sneeze at.
Mm-hmm.
But are there other options? Is it all buy-to-let, or are there other ways to get into the market?
Oh, there are definitely other options. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. Student accommodation is really taking off, especially in those university cities like Oxford and Edinburgh.
Makes sense.
You've got this steady stream of students all needing housing, and not just for a semester, for years. So it's pretty reliable.
Yeah, I see the appeal there. What about those new build properties? They seem to be getting a lot of buzz.
Yeah, new builds, they definitely have that modern appeal, energy efficient, which is attractive to tenants.
Right.
Plus, they often come with warranties, so lower running costs for them, which is good for you, and peace of mind.
So it sounds like there are plenty of options depending on, well, your risk appetite and how much you're looking to invest, obviously. So let's talk about how Hope Care Services can help people navigate all of this. What's their approach?
They've got a really structured process. Starts with the conversation to really figure out what your needs are, your goals.
Okay.
So that initial consultation is key. They tailor everything to your specific situation.
Okay, that makes sense. You want something personalized when you're making a big investment like this. So what comes after that initial chat?
Well, then they really dive into market research, looking specifically for those UK real estate opportunities that match what you're looking for based on, your conversation. Then it moves into the legal and financial advisory stuff. So helping you navigate those UK property laws, looking at mortgage options, breaking down all those tax implications. And they've even got these specialist mortgage brokers who've got loads of experience with international clients.
So they're handling the market analysis and then the legal and financial side of things too. That's pretty comprehensive. But before we dive into Hope Care Services, let's talk money. What kind of investment are we looking at here?
Well, for properties that'll, give you good rental income, you're probably looking at a minimum of around £150,000.
Okay.
Obviously, it depends on the property, the location, all that. Like a £200,000 investment in Liverpool, for example, that could get you about £12,000 a year in rental income.
Wow.
Plus, you've got that potential for appreciation on top of that. Could be looking at 4 or 5% per year.
Those are some pretty compelling numbers. But we've got to factor in those taxes, right? What are the main ones in the UK?
Right. So the two big ones are stamp duty land tax, or SDLT. That one kicks in when you're buying something over £250,000. And then there's capital gains tax, CGT. That's when you sell.
And those apply even if you're not a UK resident.
Absolutely. Which is another reason why having that expert guidance is so crucial.
Right. It can be a lot to figure out.
Yeah. That's where Hope Care Services really shines.
Yeah, okay. Before we get deeper into their services, can we unpack those taxes a bit more? What do our listeners coming from Zambia need to know about SDLT and CGT?
So FDLT, that's a tiered tax. The rate goes up as the price of the property goes up. So you really need to factor that into your budget from the get-go. And CGT for non-residents, that has its own set of rules. So understanding those is key.
So expert advice on this is essential. I know Hope Care Services offers that as part of their package.
Yep, they've got the pros. They'll walk you through all those ins and outs of UK property law and the taxes. They even help with tax planning, making sure you're getting the most out of your investment and that you're staying on the right side of all the UK regulations.
That's super valuable, especially for those who aren't familiar with how the UK system works. But before we get into the specifics of their services, I'm curious about something that might be on our listeners' minds. Currency fluctuations. Investing in UK property means you're dealing with the British pound. So how does that impact returns for someone whose money is in Zambian kwacha?
That's a great point. Currency fluctuations can definitely have a big impact. Like if the pound strengthens against the kwacha, then boom, your investment is suddenly worth more when you convert it back. But if the pound weakens, well, the opposite happens.
So that adds another layer of risk to consider. Is there any way to, mitigate that risk?
Definitely. One way is through currency hedging.
Okay.
It's basically using financial tools to lock in a specific exchange rate. So it's like insurance against big swings.
So like an insurance policy against those fluctuations. Got it.
Exactly. Hope Care Services can help with that too. They've got financial advisors who specialize in all that.
Okay. That's good to know. I think we've laid a pretty good foundation here. Imagine making 1,400 pounds a month.
Wow.
On a property in Manchester.
That's not bad.
That's not bad, is it?
No.
And that's exactly what
Passive income too.
passive income.
Just ticking away.
That's what one of their clients from Nigeria.
Yeah. I
Isn't
read
that-
about that one.
That's pretty amazing, right?
Pretty amazing.
And there was another one.
Oh yeah, tell me about that one.
It was a couple from Uganda,
Okay.
and they bought a property in Liverpool,
Yeah.
and they had it fully let within 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Which, I mean, that's got to be a huge relief for anyone.
Oh, especially if you're overseas. You know,
You don't want to be
dealing with void periods.
exactly
Yeah.
on the stress of that.
Empty properties. Yeah. So that's,
Definitely a good sign.
I mean, but you know what really stood out to me
What's that?
were the testimonials.
Because
They had some good ones.
especially, I think it was Anger Marshall from Nigeria.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
He was saying that,
He was really happy with the peace of mind
the peace of mind.
that Hope Care Services was providing him.
Yeah.
And I can imagine
Imagine if you're
if
investing
you're overseas,
from so far away.
that peace of mind
That's got to be worth its weight in gold.
is invaluable. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, so let's dive into exactly what Hope Care Services does,
Okay, yeah, let's get into the specifics.
because it's all very well and good to hear these
Testimonials and success stories.
success stories and stuff.
But what do they actually do?
Yeah. So they've been around since 2001.
2001.
That's over 20 years.
That's a long time in the property market.
So that's a long time.
A lot of changes.
Yeah.
Ups and downs.
Yeah, they've seen it all, I imagine.
They must have.
And they break down what they do into kind of four main areas: property investment, letting, and management. Right?
Property sourcing.
Yeah.
And then support for foreign investors.
So they've got all the bases covered.
Yeah, all the bases covered.
Yep.
So property investment, what does that actually mean?
So I guess this is where they work with you
Yeah.
to figure out like what your goals are,
Okay.
your risk tolerances,
Right.
how much money you're looking to invest.
Yeah.
And then they help you develop a strategy.
So kind of like a financial advisor?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
specifically for UK property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then letting and management.
Oh, that's a big one.
That sounds like a headache.
Yeah, especially if you're overseas.
Especially if you're overseas.
Yeah, because you're dealing with tenants.
You got to find tenants.
You got to collect rent,
Collect rent.
make sure the property's maintained.
What if something breaks?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they handle all of that for you.
So they're like the middleman.
Yeah, they take care of everything.
Okay. So that sounds like a big weight off your shoulders. Okay. And then property sourcing.
Okay, so this is,
This is like the fun part.
yeah, this is where they actually go out and find properties for you.
Yeah. Because I imagine if you're overseas.
It's tough to do that yourself.
Yeah.
So they use their network, their contacts.
Their expertise.
They know the market.
They know the market.
They know where to look for deals.
So you don't have to spend hours
Scouring the internet.
scouring right
Yeah.
move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do all the legwork for you.
So they find the properties, then they manage them, and then
And then there's the one,
support for foreign investors.
which is crucial.
Crucial. Because
different countries have different laws,
different rules and regulations,
taxes,
okay.
visas, all that kind of stuff.
So they help with all that.
They guide you through the whole process.
Okay.
So you don't feel lost.
It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure diving deep with you.
Likewise.
And we hope you'll join us again next time for another deep dive.
Until then,
Happy investing.
happy investing.
Bye.
Guys.
Welcome to our deep dive. Today we're focusing on you.
Guys,
especially
everybody
for
wanna
all
have,
of you in the international.
I know everybody here went 1,400 pounds in their pocket. And some of our friends over here today, I presume some of our children, family in the UK that managed to, maybe to go study. I mean, when you look at your children, your sisters, your brothers, paying rent of about 1,400 to 2,000 pounds a month, you can much as well say, hey, if my daughter is going to school in Liverpool and the property price there is going to be maybe 120,000 pounds and paying huge amount of money in rent, and you can save that money in the kitty and say, okay, I want to invest this money. I want to purchase this property for them. And when we look at the long-term investment also, it's also going to be your home also, right? So your daughter, your son is schooling over there and they're having to get the rent, paying up their mortgage, all different things, medicals, you name it. So this is an opportunity for anyone to think they want to talk to me on how to go about this. So I'll be willing to talk to you guys and to put it through. You don't need a big, I'm not going to say to you that you're going to be needing about 500,000 pounds. Even if it's going to be a small amount of money, maybe we can talk to our teams of financiers over there, and they're going to be able to structure things according to your needs, right? So ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to talk to me when you guys are free, and I'll be willing to work with you. And the other key thing is, I want to say, the young lady presentation, excellent presentation. Very pleased with the key details of what she said today. I'm kind of happy about it that we can also come in here to work with you guys, and maybe eventually it's going to be our second home. I'm bringing things that affordable homes, building properties here, because I'm going to talk to my team of investors over there when I get back home. Right? So be rest assured that you're going to be seeing me. You're going to see more of me. That's what I'm going to say. All right? Right. So thank you very much. And if anybody had any questions, and if they don't want to ask them the question, they want to ask later, I'm going to be here for you guys to ask questions. Right? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Great. Round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have any immediate questions? I know we have an invitation to engage and talk to him later on. But I want to check if there are any immediate questions. All right, thank you so much. A round of applause once again. If I were you, I wouldn't clap for a potential investor like that. All right, awesome. So there we have it. Hope Care Services giving us a bit of insight into what they do and what is available, what they're able to offer, and what we can tap in. And I think the presentation was very interactive, a very conversational kind of presentation that helps us to already, I think within the presentation, in that conversation format, it already answered some of the questions. But I think the next step is now, for those of you that are interested in taking this conversation further, please feel free to see Mr. William John and be able to explore from property investment side of things. Those of you that are in real estate, those of you that would like to get into real estate, this is your area of conversation that you would like to tap into. Once again, another round of applause for Mr. William John. Our next presentation is going to take us into another critical aspect that we all need to be aware of when we talk about investments. Multi-facility economic zones, or industrial parks as they're known in other areas, serve as a very critical initiative to be able to drive economic development, but also diversified investment opportunities. And one such facility that we have in Zambia is obviously the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone. A number of you have probably heard about the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone, but maybe not having sufficient details as to what exactly it is all about. We see these things from a distance, and when we don't have information, we may not know that within them lies opportunities that both locally as citizens and our colleagues in the diaspora could be able to tap into and maximize. So this afternoon, we have an opportunity to be able to understand a little bit more in depth what the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone, established in 2010, what have they been up to from that time up to now? What are the opportunities that are available there? And how can we be able to begin to draw and tap into some of those opportunities? So without further ado, let me invite Madam Zulu as she comes to take us through a presentation from the Lusaka Multi-Facility Economic Zone. A big round of applause for her as she comes to run us through the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Care services can help.
Okay, thank you so much. I stand here on behalf of the Director of Business Development and Marketing from the Lusaka South M-Phase. Thank you for having the LSM phase at this esteemed diaspora conference. It's an honor to be part of this. It's an honor to be part of this incredible conference. And I will be speaking with you all about the incredible investment opportunities in Zambia, particularly in the Lusaka South M-Phase. As we connect with our roots and explore ways to give back to our motherland, I'm excited to share with you the exciting developments and prospects in the LSM phase, from the infrastructure development to the business incentives. We'll dive into the details of what M-Phase is and how it is an attractive destination for investment. So I will be very quick. I know people are exhausted, so I will peruse quickly because I believe ZDA, I think, said part of what my presentation was all about.
The LSM Fest is a town in creation.
Okay, so I think that will be the last one. We can go to the presentation first. Okay, I'll go way ahead of the team. So my presentation overview will be about who we are as the M-Phase. That will state when we were incorporated, the mandate of the M-Phase, the land management, the vision, and then where we are at the moment. So we'll speak about the value of investments and the jobs that have been created, the number of investments and products, the investment opportunities, as well as the investment incentives. Okay, so the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone was registered and started its operations in the year 2012. It's the only state-owned economic zone in the country, and it has the mandate to develop, manage, as well as operate a total hectareage of 2,100. So this 2,100 hectares is demarcated into multiple uses, which include commercial land, residential land, research and development, and many others, which we'll be able to see along the way. So we have a mission to develop, operate, and manage the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone to ensure a sustainable economic growth. And we do have a vision to be world-class, to be a world-class sustainable city within a city. So as I mentioned, that we have different land uses within the M-Phase. So from the 2,100 hectares of land that we boast of, we have different uptakes of land, which I would have loved that you saw, okay, we're getting there. Next, we can skip that. We can skip that as well. Next. Okay. I don't know if that's visible enough. So how does our land allocation look as at today? So this table is just showing the land segment, the planned allocation, the land that has been allocated, the percentage allocated. Hectares that is available in the CBD, which will be close to the golf course, which I'll speak about in the next slide. And then we're targeting well-known hotel brands that will come and make a difference within the NFAs. So in as much as this is an economic zone, and it is when people hear the economic zone, they always hear about industries, manufacturing, and everything alike. That's it's so exciting to announce that we want to make this space a place where we can play, we can live, and we can work. So we also have land that has been allocated for recreational facilities as well as entertainment. So I want to through these other opportunities very quickly. So that's the golf course. So we also have space for an 18-inch golf course within the enclaves, and the investment value. The investment value is $20 million. So 100 hectares available for this. And so we're calling for investors, partners to come on board and help us actualize the project. We also have, we can go to slide 22. Okay, so we're also looking to invest in a shopping mall. So we have reserved 10,000 square meters of land for shopping mall. And this is on the last land lease for 5% per square meter for a period of 40 years. And then we're looking for reputable developers to come on board. Okay, so as I wind up, we just look at the incentives for investors within the NCAs. Then yes, spoke a little about the incentives which are not so far. I think that provides favorable investment conditions through tax and non-tax incentives, which makes it one of the most attractive places to invest in Zambia. So we do have tax incentives, which we call tax benefits. So we do have 0% import duty on capital equipment, as well as machinery for a period of 5 years. And then you also enjoy 0% tax for a period of 10 years from all the dividends declared, as well as the profits made on exports. So apart from the fiscal incentives, we also have non-fiscal incentives, which include reliable utilities. So we do offer services such as water connectivity, power, and I would also like to mention that as we are experiencing load shedding, the LSM phase loss of not experiencing any load shedding whatsoever. So the production will not be affected in any way whatsoever. And then we also have investor support services from ZDA. So we do recommendation letters for our investors that want to come on board through ZDA, and we also help with environmental management assessment facilitation. We also do provide security services as well as internet and digital connectivity. Just to wind up my presentation, I would like to play a video of the plans that we have for LSM. Thank you.
BJJ or JJ.
The NSFS is a town in Croatia, located 26 kilometers from the south. Commercial and residential. Part of this town in Croatia will house a central business district, or CBD, which will serve as a hub for commercial trade. The NSFS CBD is at the heart of the NSFS Eco Green Park. The CBD will take on a serene and green feel with aesthetic decoration of vegetation, bird sounds from the bird sanctuary in the park, walk and cycle lanes, all creating an ambience or feeling of serenity. The area is a no-car zone, with walking and cycling encouraged, and a diverse energy mix throughout the entire CBD. The CBD is set to become the commercial and business hub of the new city under development. Investors with capacity to fund and develop are invited to invest in financial parks, shopping malls, hardware stores, vehicle showrooms, and related commercial activities. Investors will enjoy a multitude of incentives supported by the government of the Republic of Zambia. Among the incentives, investors can import equipment and raw materials duty-free for the first 5 years of their operations. Investors will also enjoy 0% of export taxes and 0% tax on dividends declared for the first 10 years. NSFS invites you to aid an orderly and sustainable central business district with modern features and amenities to complement this already functioning industrial area and upcoming residential areas. Developments may be aided in full or in part. To invest, contact the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone Limited on +260 211 485 000 or 21. Email info@lsmfeds.co.zn. Website www.lsmfeds.co.zn. Lusaka South MFeds, Zambia's #1 investment address. Lusaka South MFeds, Zambia's #1 investment address. The NSFeds is a town in Croatia, located 26.
All right, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Gina, for that presentation. Do we have any questions or follow-up comments for that? Just to be able to have further clarifications.
Thank you. My name is James Ngoma, or otherwise known as Champions. My question and my concern is, I have seen, like any other projects in Zambia, there is no space for creative arts and culture. So I don't know where you place it, because I know if you're going to place it in the mall, it means you're just creating space for people like bars and things like that. I'm talking about a creative space for artists or some free space where artists can come and express their talents, while the arts at the interface. And my other concern is, of late, we've seen the government giving people a lot of tax rebates. For instance, I can give an example of us in the music industry, we've been given a tax rebate on musical instruments. But when we import your musical instruments, they now changes the language. They start giving you certain amounts of taxes that you should pay. Yet, in the budget was said it will be duty free. So I don't know how you can clarify that.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? Okay, let me ask you to respond to those, then we can probably some more.
So when it comes to creative arts and culture, this particularly falls under the land. So we have actually received some expressions of interest to come and set up something in the same lines that you just mentioned. So right now we just did an over to one person who actually wants to do a studio within the entity. So we do have a provision. You can always write an expression of interest and contact us and we'll be able to assist you where we need.
And then for the tax rebates, so as long as you are an investor in the NFAs, you are exempt from paying for your things that should be machinery, equipment. So what we, as I think I mentioned during my presentation, that we help with support services like ZDA recommendation. So as long as you have space, you have a phone number, you have a name, and you give a agreement, we do write to ZDA for recommendation on your behalf. So I think that should not happen, and as long as you're invested in this property, if you have invested somewhere else, but not in the economic zone, then it goes to your own. But as long as you're invested, you will be able
All right, thank you so much. If Mr. James is not yet convinced, there's still room for further engagements to push your agenda further until you get clear answers. Do you have any other questions or comments in the room?
Good afternoon. I've been to the Lusaka interface, and I noticed there is a set of warehouses. I've been wondering, under whose management today? Are they under LSM phase, or ZBA, or CEPC? It's because I went there and wanted to find out probably renting a space in those warehouses and seeing how that, if I had to rent that, it's under CEPC. Does that mean it's still subject to no incentives? So please clarify.
So that is under CEC, just to clarify that point. So CEC, we are the ones that, so CEC is more like an investor in the entities. So business people. So the whole idea of having CEC is a cluster. So small scale SMEs usually they just want small space. So instead of getting a huge portion of land in the entities, because we just need a minimum of 1 hectare of land, we will not do less than that. So that initiative was to allow for SMEs and those smaller to actually come and be in the zone and occupy. On the tax incentive, if they do apply for tax incentives, as long as you have not received any people that have requested for a notification letter, because most of them are just it's more like local arrangement, so they don't really think so. That people only get that request to have a notification letter from that one. I think we see out with as we they're the ones that can assist, so we can work around it, how best we can.
Right, any other final questions?
Yes.
If none, another round of applause for Gina Zulu as she takes a seat. Thank you so much once again for providing insight into the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone. And for those of you that have not had a chance to go there, having heard what she has presented and the incentives that are there to be offered, here's an opportunity to then go and be able to get further with the efforts and be able to see how we can tap into the opportunities that we provided there. We've been talking about securing investments and finance. And whilst the conversation was going on, I was busy also trying to secure some investments for you. I now have a presentation. At this point, I have the pleasure of investing in your life directly. You are about to receive an investment courtesy of Big Three. The Big Three is one of our sponsors of this event. point, they will be offering us some of their products for free. I don't know what this program is, but I think they will come to a table, am I right? They will come to a table and be able to give you an option of what they have in store. And this will be to decoration to them, and they'll be able to provide some on the tables, and now some refreshments. And we'll take a 5 minutes short break. We'll have some music playing in the background, and then we'll come and have the very final conversation. It will be a short interview of an inspirational story. We want to wrap up the day, and we'll be able to wrap up the day. So it will be coming through to offer those refreshments, 5 minutes short break, and then we'll come and have the very final discussion and conversation to wind up the day. Thank you so much. We'll speak to you in 5 minutes.
Yes, yeah. She can do the interview while they are on break now.
Those of you that didn't get a chance to finish your conversations, we will exchange business cards. This is again how we walk to the rest of the conversation. And be able to just quickly finish off that conversation or pick up the business card. Somebody in the room that you follow up with some of these things. You can go to them now and be able to pick that business card.
Jadi, it's okay. So checking it out. So, can play music. Nifume tu sasa hivi picha. So hivi kuna kamera zifanyie tukio. So tunatenga ikebo nyingine hapa. Because ikebo ya 100. Sinve. Ni for chita right.
Singapore namba ukwatile mdala. Shapiro. Kama nini chinajumbira bad sana. Family yake still serious. Apelo hapa unapange skeleton.
Iya kweli.
Utaje.
Need. Wana kichwa sana.
What does it mean?
So very possible. So he right. If not he. So what sort of book that you have? Achinya na pakao. Around discussion. Kamera ziachepa naye. Tunacho kwa hivi. Acha na emoji. 100. Sorry, hapa sasa kwa hivi. So sasa kuna 5 chini naye. Aje?
Oh, it doesn't have the
Kari kuti. Nakafanya nakafanya.
Your laptop is this.
It's fine. I'll sort it out.
Or it's actually takes.
So you can actually switch from here. Switching, I mean, if they're in there, let's make sure this one is on, this one is on. The audio, like you put it up. So he did it on your knees, right? He needs a camera. Which emotes can be?
All right, ladies
Just
and gentlemen, we are back.
if I can quite, if I can take too short to ask. If I can too short to ask. Yes, I want to do all of them. I can just share. Thank you.
And we are going into our final discussion. All right, welcome back. And if you were paying attention to the song playing in the background, you would be interested to know that that song, a couple of them that actually played, are done by one of the artists all the way from Nigeria who is in the room this afternoon, going by the name Nice Ram over there. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Nice Ram all the way from Nigeria. And so the music is enjoying because of this rally is brought to you courtesy of the lovely voice of Nice Ram joining us for this conference. That's also another opportunity for exchange. We have our own James Chamanyazi there who made the inspiration. He was a local musician, and of course there is already collaboration opportunities around creating arts people and artists in that regard and extra investments as well. We want to begin to wrap up the day with basically bring a human face to this conversation. We talk about investments, both sectors, agriculture, mining, tourism.
What are the opportunities? Yes, indeed, but also what are the challenges that they could potentially face, and how do they overcome some of those challenges and really inspire and push the agenda of harnessing the diaspora community to be able to collaborate and work together. We have in our midst a very inspirational woman who has a very resilient story, I would call it, of one who has experienced life in the diaspora and also life back home. And she'll be able to share with us her own experiences of what that looks like, opportunities, but also she has a personal story of some of her own challenges that she has had to go through, but still remain resilient to be able to contribute to economic development, to national development, as it were. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Ngozindaba Sakala, who joins me on set this afternoon. A big round of applause to her. Now, I did mention that you have an inspirational story, and I was almost tempted to go into it, but I thought you are better placed to tell your own story. So who is Ngozindaba Sakala? What's your background? Where are you coming from? And what have you been up to?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I want to just recognize the presence of our Lord Jesus Christ in this place. I'm a Christian, and I want to recognize his presence in this place. Secondly, I would want to honor and appreciate all protocols that are here. Thirdly, I want to recognize the musician, Nice from Nigeria, Alpha, I don't know if it's Alpha or Ide, and then our very own James Chamanyazi. Here in Zambia, I'm Ngozindaba Sakala. I've been known to supporting a lot of gospel music artists here in Zambia. That's one of the areas where I have a weakness. I have a weakness for God, really. So coming back to the inspirational story. Lozindaba Sakala is Ngoche, Ngoni by tribe, and half Ngoni, half Chewa. That's why I say it Ngoche. Yeah. And Lozindaba or Zindaba means discussion. I don't know what my parents were thinking about the time they were, having me. There must have been a very, very big discussion. Yeah. So I'm Lozindaba Sakala. I was born in Luanshire more than, I think, 52 years ago. And I went primary school in Luanshire. I was at the River Cross Primary School. Then I did my secondary school in partly just a little stint at Ibenga. Then I went to Impelembe Secondary School. Those who know Impelembe Secondary School on the Copper Belt, which was run by RCM and ZCCM. After that, I moved to Lusaka by virtue of the fact that I needed to come to University of Zambia. And those days, University of Zambia used to write to us to go and be registered at UNZA. But when I got there, all was okay. Graduated in industrial psychology and economics. Afterwards, I worked for the Matani Group and relocated to Zimbabwe at Amirati Puri Lintus. These are the Lever Brothers International Advertising Agencies there, and we were working at Construction House, 8th and 9th floor. Came back to Zambia, bounced back to do the campaigns you're looking at now as very, very big brands. We're talking about Trade Kings with their first product called Boom. So we were part of the team with Jeff Sitali and a lot of other guys. Barry Lwando, who's the Director General of ZMBC. There's a Chris Puta, who's also in creative arts at, I think, MultiChoice. Yeah, DSTV Zambia. So my scope of work changed from being someone who was an economist and industrial psychologist to being a marketing person. So that's where my, change of trajectory, where, marketing just took over what I needed to do. But in the process, I took part in an essay writing competition for the African continent and narrowed down to the Zambian continent. It was really talking about if I was the president of Africa or the leader of Africa, how would I manage the past, present, and the future of Africa? How do I make sure that investors who are coming to Africa have a stable understanding of the African continent? So we wrote that essay. A lot of people wrote that essay, took part in that. And it took us 3 years, I think, for the people to mark and get back and forth. Unfortunately for me, that was a privilege to earn my master's degree and to study in the UK with University of Lincolnshire and Humberside and Lincoln, where I did my master's with a dissertation in portfolio finance. Came back home, was working in the Telecel group now. Yeah, Telecel, which is now MTN. We're in 14 African countries and other countries in Geneva and the other diaspora places. So we had the privilege to work in and out. So that's why I have different strata of life. I can work with the mass market. I can work with all chiefs. I can change language. I'm multilingual. I speak Zambian languages, quite a lot of Zambian languages, and I speak English, French, and a bit of, other international languages. So I can just meander my way, you have to crawl your way everywhere you want to go. Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at now is I went through a very strange situation when I was working in the Telecel and MTN group. I had to start a consultancy when we did the due diligence to try and sell off some of the Telecel parties and entities across Africa, and mainly our focus was Zambia. And I had to stay on because I was a head of marketing there. I had to stay on so we can help the new guys who are coming in and the MTN. We stayed with them so that we can really manage how they can work around their regulation and all these areas, because we were working closely with Communications Authority then. Yeah. But as I went into my private life, very, very ambitious now. I was a consultant for Telecel and all their retail shops. I'm quite good at these marketing penetration models and, all these things. But there was time we moved to the Copper Belt. I was also doing consultancy for the Manawasa elections, doing some campaigns for them. That was sometime in 2006. But during that period of time, we were on the Copper Belt, doing the Premier League sports sponsorship with KCM. We're also consultants for KCM and water utilities. We're trying to restructure the water utilities under the World Bank projects. Yeah. So when we were doing that, I had this strange headache. I had a terrible migraine, and every time I'd open my laptop, I'd just have this strange pain from the back. Yeah. So I took, I think, a weekend off to go to my parents' place in Mofulera. So I went there at night. I opened my laptop. I was busy working on my dissertation and doing so many other things at the same time. Then I felt like impact of light coming from my laptop, and it came so strong to my eyes. And I think it hit me so much. I just felt like fires on my head. From there, I dashed to the shower, and impulsively, because of the heat, I just opened the cold side. Yeah. And when the water just came, blacked out, fell in the shower. And I think my sister could just hear bang. And they came out to check where I was studying from, followed me, found that I just blacked out. But I could hear in the background that they were saying, oh, let her just survive, give her life. Some people, I think, went to call dad. Dad came, he's a space stater, and they resuscitated me. And when they got me up to stand, everything was black. And that was a black day on 19th July 2006 for me. Instantly, I became blind. With my career at its peak, I became blind. I know I'm coming from a life where sight was very normal. Then suddenly I become blind. So let me give it time, maybe a month or 2 weeks. Yeah, it was getting worse and worse. We had to go to several hospitals here in Zambia, including the SDA clinic, so many hospitals here. We now ended up internationally Pretoria Eye Hospital, where when they did the MRI, then and whatever they did, they just said they assumed that I had a tumor in the brain. And they said there was nothing that they could do about it. Maybe I should wait to just recover a bit and get to Mumbai so they can have a second option on that. So in that process, came back. There was like no hope, and I'm sure those who are in the media, there was times I always used to fly back on the last flight, and some journalists would come to the airport to say, are you seeing now? And you know that pain after you've undergone so many operations and you still can't see, and someone is holding you wherever you're going. So I got back, looked at my baby who was on 6 years. I said, no, I've got to just do something about it. This is not me. I've got to do something about it. So I'll get a laptop. You know, we are from the old school. So when you place your fingertips on ASDF:LKJ, I'm sure some of you, Mrs. Zulu there, I'm sure you know some of these things. I'll be able to type, yeah? And if someone who's got normal sight reads what I've typed, they find that I've made maybe just one mistake there. So I'll tell my guys, look, we set up some of the laptop computers I used to use for the advertising agency I was running, an agency called Celebrity Marketing and Consulting then. So I said, look, let's just put some data solutions at that time. And I would connect, type, and I asked someone to check for me, and then they send this, there's an application somewhere, if there are jobs anywhere, just apply on my behalf, just go into my mail, let's post this. And before I knew it, bounced back in Lusaka and started working in the telecoms where I know it best.
So from black day to bouncing back.
To bouncing back, in sight like this, yeah.
Awesome, awesome. What kept you going in that process to be able to bounce back?
I was looking at the bigger picture. Because what I went through, I wanted all the time in the back of my mind to help a lot of other people. And I was someone who was also encouraged a lot by my parents, and I wanted to really help my parents in so many things, help my family, help my daughter, and be an instrument of change to the nation. Because I always tell myself, lack of sight is not lack of vision.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And how's been your journey after bouncing back? What have been some of the things you've been up to? And also, what have you been involved in contributing to national development beyond just your personal needs?
Yeah, I've been working a lot as a consultant right now, and I help a lot of people in terms of portfolio business management. And here I am now, I've got some land here in Lusaka, and almost each and every province of Zambia, I have land by virtue of relationships with the chiefdoms there and all that. But what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to plow back into society. I'm telling people, if you who have normal sight cannot help your local Zambians do something, get some encouragement for some of us who have a condition called low vision. Because even in this situation, Believe me, I'm planting growing trees that are making a difference to help people. We're running some farms. We're trying to open a school in 10 miles for the differently abled to try and give them life and hope. So hence having registered the Lozindaba Foundation. So we're not looking at just begging and asking for money. We're looking at partnership. You can check the track record of what we do as Lozindaba Foundation. We just registered it now. And then on the other side, we have the management services side, because we feel that we can still add value to the Zambian economy. And then even all those people in diaspora, I'm talking to you, everybody in diaspora right now, that have this mentality of trusting your own people here in Zambia. I'm hearing of all these franchises. Debonaires is coming to Zambia. Spa came to Zambia, they've gone back. What do you think about Lozindaba Foundation getting to the UK, backed by, people in diaspora, and we work together? It's all this about saying, no, we've got to attach to a name that has a standard and all these grace. In Zambia, there's a lot of people with standards. I think that's where we're missing it. And I'm encouraging a lot of you there in diaspora, come here, see our beautiful land in Zambia, see the investment opportunities, and there are people who are trustworthy right here. Lack of sight is not lack of vision. One step at a time.
That deserves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. There's a message to all those that are in the diaspora to be able to think about investing back home, trusting the people back home. You yourself had the opportunity to be in the diaspora. You could have chosen to be there forever. What made you want to invest back home, be committed to giving back home?
Because one thing I've learned is that we, like I was explaining last time we were talking about it, we are a people who are so friendly. We've got a good culture and we've got a rich land. But in diaspora, some of you people who are there, that a lot of people live in apartments. But I see when my sisters come back home to visit here, the way the children just want to run around everywhere. Even my daughter was in diaspora for her school, but she's back here. And one thing you should never forget, people in diaspora, teach your people your culture, your language. It will make a difference. You have only one Zambia. You have only one Africa. And make sure you maintain that. Here I am, I've soldiered on and I'm triumphant. It was because of the optic nerve cut that I was limping a bit. But believe me, because of these natural products that we're having here, my sight is in a condition called low vision. They said the back of the brain was black and that there was going to be no restoration. But here we are. I'm pleased to tell you that we're also doing these fashion designs, because in Zambia, we want to just copy other people's fashions, but we don't have an identity. And one of the guys I came with here is a double orphan, and he's running the design part of what we're doing under the Lozindaba Foundation, and I hope I can come tomorrow so I can wear that outfit. So Zambia can do it. You've got to go out there with your own identity, and this is what we're doing. We're trying to sell these outfits in diaspora and come and partner with us in those investments area as we are looking at the women, youth, and children in different strata of life, starting from Lilanda village here in Lusaka and Chibombo village here in Lusaka. Thank you so much.
Awesome, fantastic, fantastic. During our conversation over lunch, when I met you, you did actually allude to something you've made reference to now, around part of your recovery process was through the indigenous sort of like medicines and just the food, the types of food and the quality of food. And you mentioned the fact that we have a lot of resources within our country as Zambia that could even be used, to heal some of these diseases. And yet we continue to overlook some of that. What would be your message to encourage people to tap into our local resources for some of the challenges that they're going through, just like you went through that health challenge, but it was actually some of the local resources. You had even traveled out of the country, but yet you had solutions that are within the country that I normally overlooked. What would be your message in terms of mindset transformation around that?
I want you to know that local is laka.
Awesome.
Local is laka. Believe me, I had to go somewhere to have an operation, different countries, to check on what was happening. And they gave me a black solution. You know what I mean by black solution? There's no solution to this. And started just this out. I've been giving some of our colleagues here in the conference some solutions they need to use. People say when you have even a kidney challenge, there's no solution. There are solutions there right here, and it's reasonable. You don't have to spend all those millions of kwacha. And we have this. I want to encourage you, I dare you, have at least a moringa tree or a dwarf tree in your yard, a dwarf orange, dwarf guava, dwarf lemon tree in your yard. Those are things that you can have even within the shortest period of time. And then watch your healing. Follow me and I'll tell you what you need to do. My healing hasn't come from diaspora right now. My macula is in a beige from black. I'm beige now. I believe me, I'm coming back in the corporate world. I'm coming back in the private world. I'm coming back in the international, arena, and I'm going back to the mass market, root market arena, so I can make a healthy people become a wealthy people. That's what you want to see of Zambia, don't you? I'd like to believe so, unless I'm alone in this place.
All right, so a healthy people and a wealthy people. And of course, from what Ms. Sakala is talking about here, of course, we can hear that opportunity that within the pharmaceutical or the health sector, there's also investment opportunities there. How do we draw and tap into the raw materials, the indigenous solutions to be able to amplify some of these solutions in the health sector to be able to help address some of the challenges. So here's an investment opportunities within the health sector, drawing from local resources and materials to be able to amplify health solutions. What is your last message to both the people in the room and the community out there in the diaspora concerning investment and collaboration?
Zambia is ready for investment. Zambia is extremely ready for investments. Zambians have had this fear to say, if I talk about what I have, they'll follow me. So you want to live like Taukweto Tshimbi. You don't have money, yeah? Because you're scared of the I don't know syndrome, but you've got what it takes right there. And you investors out there, Zambians have people who are courageous. Zambians have people who are confident. Come and work with us. We know your pound is being wasted there. Your dollar is being wasted there. Bring it home and you're going to enjoy so much in Zambia.
Thank you so much, Madam Ngozindaba Sakala. Thank you so much. A good way to end. Bring the pound home, bring the dollar home, and let's invest and build our own country. Another round of applause for her as I invite the assistants to be able to help off the stage. Thank you so much once again for sharing with us your inspirational story and what you've been up to from black to bouncing back. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Madam Ngozindaba.
Thank you so much. And catch me on Lozindaba Foundation. And I've got my business cards there. Please, let's invest in each other. And the sky is not the limit. It's a foundation.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. We will now be bringing this conversation and discussion for day one to a close. And I want us to quickly do that around our tables. So within your tables, in about 2-3 minutes, I want you to just share around the table from the morning's conversations up to this afternoon. What has been your key takeaway, number one, and what is the one action you are going to take immediately? So share with the people on your table your key takeaway from day one session. What has been the key takeaway for you? And number two, what will you be immediately taking action on based on what you have experienced so far? We have 5 minutes to do that, and then we'll be coming to close of day one session and bring it to a close. So quick conversation around the table, one takeaway, one key action that you'll be taking with you after this day. Thank you. Again, as you have those discussions, remember, I may come to your table and randomly pick 1 or 2 people to be able to share with us what their key takeaways are after the discussion. All right, 1 more minute to wrap up our conversations. All right, so we have had the privilege to share our key takeaways for the day and also some of our actions. And the reason why that is important is because we want to make this practical. For some of us, we have exchanged contacts, business cards. The idea is not to pack them, but to be able to immediately begin to engage with the people that we've shared business cards with. We've heard about the different stakeholders that came to present here and what they're doing. What are we immediately doing to follow up discussions with them, whether it's writing an email, whether it's going to visit them at their office and picking up the discussion further. The essence of all of this is that we make it extremely practical and begin to tap into the network opportunities that have been provided by this conference. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring this to a close. It's been a great day from morning up until now. Very fruitful discussions, very meaningful engagements. But I want to just quickly highlight that tomorrow is another packed day. We have the privilege to hopefully have all the 3 ministers joining us tomorrow. We know that the Minister of Foreign Affairs will be joining us, and hopefully Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, and possibly the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises will be here as well. The reason why they couldn't be here today is because of the cabinet meeting that was taking place today. So they couldn't join us as they were all locked up in that meeting. But tomorrow we know that they will be able to join us, and that will be the pivot of our conversations, providing us that policy level government perspective to the essence of this conversation, but also deep diving into actionable next steps in terms of what we can carry forward with some of the investment opportunities that we've been discussing. So please make sure that you are here on time tomorrow. We begin at 8:30. We started obviously late today because we had to drag the program to wait for people to come. But if you can be here early in the morning tomorrow, it'll help us to start on time and also maximize the opportunity of engaging with our distinguished honorable ministers and the rest of the other guests that will be coming. We have another lineup of presentations that will be coming through tomorrow as well. So we look forward to those that will be able to provide a consolidated perspective to this conference. Once again, thank you so much. I've been your host for the day. My name is Benjamin Mwape. I wish you a pleasant rest of the day and evening. God bless you, and see you tomorrow at 8:30.